No, you're welcome. Feels good. It's cheating. You are. I love it, especially if I say that. I know I use it. So shame. I bought no, please just come with it.
Got a vendor spend nice money on some Chick-fil-A chicken biscuits. There's nothing better than that in the morning, so let's make sure that he feels good about spending that money. Gravity. This was on. That makes sense. I know we hate to develop this. I did. A lot of excitement happening down at that'll change now. Most people don't realize their coaches. They actually it's easier to game basketball. You gotta let it flow. It's hard to get a whole football team to go baseball. They stayed in LA last night. Everyone just had dinner together versus watching the clock. Yeah. I would love to see him win. So, at least go to the champions. At least go to the champions. Most people don't see that. This is by far the best combination of that are in the feet at the right time. Good question. Really? Okay, awesome. I'm not here saying until
I'm gonna see what's going on. I'll give you the screenshot. We all
Let's crank up some Bruno Mars right now. Right at the end, I'll let you know. Good morning! Let's try one more time because this is the first meeting of what? 2015. Good morning! Good morning! All right, so Happy New Year, all that good stuff. Y'all feel like this is going to be a phenomenal year? Yes! I do too. It's nice to have a crowded room. Welcome back. I don't know if you guys took a mental break in December. I can tell you the last 2 weeks it was very difficult for me to keep my men on the business. But now I am fresh and ready to roll. Mr. Shepard is handing out board. If you're a neighbor, raise your hand, make it easy. award. Okay. I miss anybody? I don't think so. We're good. And I do, I'm holding this in my hand. Do y'all know what this is? Lip balm. I'm not sure.
Stolen property.
I think it was 1985 and this was made. But I wanted y'all to see that people that are successful people in real estate do actually use.
And you don't have to use email either.
I saw her attaching a contract to a bird's foot the other day.
It worked.
She said it worked. All right, so we got some good things to talk about today and the future of what the business is going to look like in 2015. And I want to kind of have an open discussion about things. But to start things off, have y'all heard of Atlanta Peach Movers? Well, Atlanta Peach Movers, this is Mr. Orlando, big man, the head cheese over there. And let's give him a nice round of applause because he brought the Chick-fil-A biscuits and so you eat them.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I hope everybody had a great holiday. My name is Orlando Lynch. I'm the president and CEO of Atlanta Peach Movers and Peach Worldwide Van Lines. And please remember, there's no tree in our name. Please remember, there's no tree in our name. Today, I want to talk about, everyone has a copy of this form? Well, we started a referral program this year, and the referral program is a debit card that we send to your home. And so when you refer us to move, and it's a book move, when you refer us move and it's a book move, we will upload the referral fee to your debit card. So you about us sending you a check or the check coming in the mail, we'll upload the money directly to your debit card. Does anybody have any questions about it?
Do you have my address already?
Did you send it to me? If you sent it to me, I have it.
I did.
Okay, I have your address. But this form, if you would like to participate, would you please put your home address on this form? And if you don't want the referral fee and you want it to go to your customer, we can give the discount to your customer as well. So if you'd rather pass on the referral fee, we'll just give it to your customer. Also, we have a 25% that off of your move, off of your personal move. So if you're buying a home, it has to be your move. It can't be a relative's move. It has to be your move, and we have to have a copy of your HUD statement. Does anybody have any questions? Ann?
Thank you for being here. Thank you for always being so positive with the Realtor family.
Thank you.
And just so everybody knows, he is a huge supporter of WCR. He even flew to California last year to have a champagne reception when we installed our national president from Georgia. So he gives back to the community.
Thank you, and I appreciate you guys. You guys are my bread and butter. Thank you.
I just want to make a statement because I have personally used Atlanta Peach Movers and I have always referred them out. They're an excellent company and that's what we're always looking for is, word of mouth from each of us and endorsements. And he's one of the few on my list as far as really great companies and being an awesome team.
Thank you so much.
They did an excellent job for me.
Yeah, and I will say he recently moved a friend of mine, a very difficult, demanding sort, and I was like, I don't know if I really want to do this, but I think they're the best, so we'll see. And the guy used him and could not say enough great things about the process and the people that moved his stuff. And the guy had very high-end furniture, so it was like he wanted to make sure it was taken care of to the nth degree, and y'all did a phenomenal job.
Thank you. Well, one of the things that separates us from the competition is back in 2002 when the home building was taking off, I had the same problem that other moving companies had where I would let new employees watch a video on moving, and then I would put a t-shirt on them, and off they went while they either stood around at your client's house or they damaged your furniture. And after I had enough customers calling me back saying, you know what, that fourth guy, he didn't do anything. I should get a refund for him. I kept asking myself how to solve the problem. So I built a house inside of my warehouse called Peach University. It's an actual 2-story house. So now the guys got to train there before they even touch your client's furniture. So if they can't handle the furniture in our house, they can't move your client's house. So that's been a game changer for us because it's reduced damages drastically. It's reduced bad attitudes. If a guy got a bad attitude, I see it right there, and he got to go. So I'm the most demanding guy in this business. I love what I do, and I appreciate you guys' business.
Now, Orlando, let me ask you, are you the cheapest in town?
No, I'm not the cheapest. I'm reasonable. I'm very reasonable.
Good value. So I want you to think about this. Sometimes people look for the cheapest way to move. If you don't have expensive furniture, that might be all right. But most of the people in the areas that we serve, they need to use a company like them. And if you go, hey, let me tell you why they might be worth a little bit more than the others, and you explain how they make and do the process of moving out of their home and internally before they let them touch clients, makes a lot of sense. So a little bit more spent can make a big difference in what you feel on the other side.
Cheap labor isn't cheap.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's not.
That's right.
But I was going to do a raffle for Hawks tickets. You know, Hawks are in first place, and this is the #1 team in the Eastern Conference. So I like to do I'll do 2 sets of tickets. I got my seats are 2 rows from the floor, and you get $20 free food on each ticket.
Nice. And Laddie, LeBron.
I know.
Seriously, I've been
Right.
waiting.
Wow. It's good stuff. Thank you. Appreciate you having me.
Yep. Thank you. And I think we can have chicken biscuits to feed the.
Would everybody pass the form down? Would everybody pass the form down tonight, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So who's going to get by the Hawks game? By the way, they are not a fluke. The people actually, the announcers are starting to talk about that as being the hot team that go the distance here. So it's kind of interesting that the Hawks are getting talked about like that.
Yeah, that is great. You got a little basket or something?
No, but I can shuffle them.
Okay, you shut.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we have one more card. Who's is it? Who's is it?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Orlando. Turn your head. I'm going to hand them out to you. Put your arm back here. All right, now pick blindly. Who we got?
We have Steve Yates.
Steve Yates, all right.
Okay.
Hey, coming to me, button.
And then great seat, Steve.
And one more, the lucky one got those two.
And Tony. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
And I brought in the rest of the chicken biscuits. I wanted to play stuff that hadn't made it around. Debbie Slaybaugh, did you eat all those? By the way, let's start the new year off right. So if everybody had one card, hey, okay, can you grab Orlando? Grab Orlando. So Jeff Zuloff, come on up.
Showtime. That's not my cue.
Orlando, pull another card. We're gonna give away $250 right now. Draw 2 more cards. You can throw those others back in the mix too. Debbie Slaybaugh.
Linda Nevins.
Linda Nevins, Debbie Slaybaugh. Each one $50. Good job. Oh, Orlando, I need you to give me $50. All right, before Jeff talks, and by the way, Jeff, what time is it when you're up here?
I already said it.
I didn't hear it, so you didn't say good enough.
It's showtime.
Okay, So, important dates you want to know about. I put the most important one on top. Actually, they're all important. But January 27th, which is a Tuesday, is the most important date of January. Kickoff meeting, awards breakfast over at Lanier Tech. Whether you're getting one or not, you want to be there. We're going to celebrate success. We're going to have fun. It'll be a great morning and kick your day off right. Today at noon, we have a 3-hour CE course by FMLS that'll be talking about their matrix system and focus. So it'll be a good class that everybody probably needs to learn more about matrix. Who in here knows all that there is to know about matrix? Not the movie, but y'all know that there's a new program from FMLS called Matrix.
Really, what's the start?
Now, they have said they're going to run them side by side and let you pick. I don't think that they're going to continue that forever. So my guess is eventually they're going to shut Fusion down, so you might as well go ahead and start learning what Matrix is. And the other thing is, the thought process is they don't roll something out unless they feel it's better or going to be better. So we might as well go ahead and learn about Matrix. And then next Tuesday, MLS will be here talking about their systems and how to pull up tax records and different reporting on MLS. Since MLS is the one that drives our back-end system, you need to be playing on it a little bit more. So I wanted them to come in, and they'll take next sales meeting and next Tuesday and give us a nice little performance on that. So, Jeff, showtime.
Well, Happy New Year, everybody. I see a lot of new faces in here, so that's good, right? We're growing a little bit here. We came into the new year with lower rates. I've sent out some rate sheets to you guys. Right now, 30-year fixed rates are in about 3.375 range with no points, which is phenomenal. I'm starting to see some refinances coming in without even soliciting, so that's good. If you've watched the stock market, you've seen your 401ks go down the tank. We lost 331 points last week on the Dow in one day. Yesterday.
Just one day.
I mean, you're seeing big swings, right, in the market. So the bond market went up, people are fleeing to safety. So rates go down, so that's good news. Rates are down, but your 401k is tanking. The dollar's gained strength on the euro. The euro's tanking. So if you want to go to Europe, now's your time. So there's some good news and the bad news.
Well, that's very uplifting.
Good news in here, unemployment numbers, we're looking at 5.7%. So that's good news, but that's what's going to happen to rates if that happens. They're going to go up. So I've got good news and bad news. That's really about it. The end of the year was very busy for me. I really appreciated all the referrals. We stayed very busy. The beginning of this year, you're going to see more announcements on the 3% down program from Fannie and Freddie. That's coming out. That's going to be more of a box type of loan where they have to have certain income. They can't make $200,000 a year, but I'll start rolling out some more information on that in the upcoming meetings. I won't be here for your 27th meeting. I'll be on a boat somewhere, so I'll miss the awards, but I'll come back with a camera for you.
Well, maybe Bob will. Maybe we can video you in.
All right.
Have a good time.
Cost me a couple hundred for that.
Well, thank you, Jeff. And what are the rates today?
We did 3.75. We talked about that on 30-year. That's conventional FHA and VA rates. I can get 3.25 with no points, which is phenomenal.
What about 5-1 type stuff?
5-1 arms are in the high twos. You can get a 7-1 arm in the 3 to 3.1 range. So rates are good. Time to buy.
Yes.
Everybody's probably done their New Year's resolution, I'm sure. Exercise more, eat right, go to Home Depot and buy a wheelbarrow for all the money you're going to make this year because the money's there. You just got to go get it. So I'm seeing the phones ring. My phone's ringing. People are applying. So new construction's up. I do some stuff with Beazer Homes over here in Cummings, so I'm seeing more applications on that.
Okay, curtains closed on showtime. Good job. All right. I don't know if I'm going to try to use this little thing here. Top end for fourth quarter. Some interesting shifts that happened in here. Some the same, some have slid in, so very interesting. Number 10, Heather Meyer. And Miss Heather, goodness, I want, if you're new to the business, who here's been in the business less than a year? Okay. Heather, would you like to share your story? What do they need to do and pay attention to? Your post-license credit.
Yes, oh my gosh, yes, you have to do that, in a timely manner. Or else your whole house will be mad at you because you have to study over Christmas and nobody will like you when you go home. So it's very, very, very important.
Poor girl came in, broke out in hives the other day, and Robert and I tried to help her, and we had, Debbie had to sit here yesterday and be her proctor, but we made it happen, and she passed her test. And, yeah. And she was always busy, so we will say, hey, you know what? You were working hard and you earned it, but y'all, if you've been in it less than a year, then make sure you get your CE post-license course done.
And come to the ones in here.
And we are.
We're gonna have T-shirts made that say, "Don't be Heather."
Yes. My husband will take it too.
Number 9, Linda Lewis. Round of applause. Number 8, Mark Dijon. He was sick. He was gonna try and be here today. Number 7, Tamara Stout. Number 6, Linda Jacobs. By the way, how long have you been here in the Atlanta market? What in real estate? 4 months. 4 months.
Wow.
Yes. And how much did you close in December, dollar-wise?
1.9 million.
1.9 million. So there's a lot of questions. How did you do it?
A lot of support in this office. Thank you.
So things can happen quickly, and that was from multiple transactions and a couple of double enters too. So great job. And I kind of laughed because she was the one that sat here about 2 months ago and said, well, I'm just not going to do less than 6%. Well, I'd say that to somebody, but she's doing it very well. Excellent job. Number 5, Virginia Henry and Diana Linsky. Number 4, Donna Latrell. By the way, Donna has been working her tail off, staying on neighborhood over in the Cobb County area, and has been through the trenches and has come out and is absolutely wearing it out over there and doing a great job. So it's nice to see that name up there. Number 3, Sarah Stovall. Number 2, Dan Thornton. And number 1, Kelly Yates Estate. Awesome job, awesome quarter, and we will be rolling out the top 10 for the year at the 27th meeting, and that'll be a great day. So excellent job to all of you. Good job. Okay, Jeff Zuloff. It's showtime. No, we heard enough for you today. So, where are the tides turning? These are things, predictions. I don't know if y'all been reading predictions on what is 2015 going to be to the U.S. in real estate and what's it going to be here in Atlanta. But they are all over the place. I've seen people say, oh, Armageddon's coming. We're back at 2007. I've heard people say, no, 2015 is going to blow away 2014. And I've heard everything in between. I mean, the reality is it's going to come down to your local market and what's going on. We can see in these little 3 pockets, Gwinnett, North Fulton, and Forsyth, they're dramatically different in just those little currents right here in our immediate area. But the one thing that I did, I went into FMLS and I said, I just want to take a quick glimpse at the closings that happened at the last 3 months of the year. And I want to compare this year versus last year. And it was interesting. What did I find? In those 3 same markets, this last 3 months versus the 3 months of last year. Did the units go up or did they go down?
Down.
Who thinks up? 2. Who thinks down? Who thinks they stayed the same? And a lot of you don't want to say a damn thing. Right, so they went down at 10%, 5 to 10%. That was interesting.
because it actually went down more than that because builders were not selling their pre-sales as much as and fast as they were as the end of last year. So the pre-sales for builders have slowed up. The inventory's starting to go up. The dirt's starting to turn, and builders are getting a little freaked out right now. So being aware of what's going on, I think that 2015, your resale neighborhoods are going to hold constant in their values. New home communities, some of them are going to have to be reset in their prices, and that's just the way the things are going to be. It's going to be a very interesting year. That's my prediction. That way we can look back and I can say I was right. It was interesting. Whether or not we get to the end and how it looks, it will be interesting. Pricing has risen significantly over the last 2 years in most of North Metro Atlanta. And I think that's the real reason that once you keep raising the prices so much, eventually the demand has to wear off because you can't keep that same pace going on and just keep raising the prices. So pay attention to the new home communities and what's going on. You'll see a lot of different things happening, and the new homes are going to be driving a whole lot in the 2015 timeframe. What would you do? This is a real life situation that just happened over the weekend, and how excited was one of Fitzhugh to be able to give me a call last week and say, what do I do in this situation? So I'm going to go halvesies right here, and then the next page we're going to get into what really happened. But just to be clear, your contract is a backup contract. In other words, you're second in line. Your buyers said, you know what, out of all the things we've seen out there, this really matches what we want. And we're willing to go ahead and put it back up. Now we can get out of it if we find something else. But if the other one terminates, which we think it will, then we won't be in that position. So they put that in, and the agent called in. By the way, they do the amendment to do the backup. Have y'all ever seen that amendment? Very clear in the wording of what it says. So the amendment to do the backup, everything in the contract is written appropriately. Now, the other agent that has the listing calls you and says, we're going to go ahead and put yours as the primary, and the other deal is terminated. Okay? What happens?
You should have formal notice, you should have written notice, number one, not just a phone call, that you are now in first position, that termination should have been signed, and then you would be in first position.
Okay, so you're no longer allowed to speak because you have an unfair advantage. Why? Because she's on the contracts committee. Dang it, I should have said, you can't say anything.
Opportunity to learn before, so.
Okay,
But, yeah.
so she is correct. The phone call does not mean that you are in the primary spot. It could technically, potentially mean that if everybody goes along with the exact same stuff and nothing happens and there's no question marks and everybody goes to closing, then nobody's going to know any different. And that can happen. Okay?
But
do you think it
is
did?
if your buyer, say you're representing the buyer, the agent calls you, you're representing the buyer then goes forward and hires the inspector and gets their appraisal, and the lender's doing what they need to do. There's money being spent. You don't have official notice saying that you really are in primary position, and you should have that.
No, let me be very clear.
Okay.
What happens means what do you technically need to do to protect you and your client, period. Okay? That means do not ever take something that somebody says on the phone in a contract negotiation or a change in amendment or anything related to real estate contract. Never take somebody's word or phone call from it. Never take an agent's email only from the agent. Make sure that it's signed from the buyer or seller and protect your client's best interest by doing that. So that is what should happen. But guess what? Did it? No. Because this is real life, and real life happens, does it not? No, it does every day. So, you move forward without anything signed. And then later you find out that your buyer can't get the home because it's not that your buyer doesn't have the ability to get the loan, it's that they're qualified. But the home, there's a condition in the home that doesn't allow it to be purchased under Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac. Okay? So, they can't buy the home. Well, if you went back to the date of the phone call, the due diligence is expired. They did pay to have the inspection done. They did pay to have the appraisal done. Everything checked out fine with the exception of somebody saying when it went to underwriting, oh wait, we've got a condition in here that does not apply to this. We can't do that. So your buyer's upset. That's really the home that they wanted. They wanted to buy the home, but they can't get the loan. They don't have the cash to buy it, so you're stuck. So you sign a termination release and you send it over to the other agent and it says the buyer could not buy the home because the loan could not be had under these guidelines, and everybody knew in the beginning that they were going for this, and they submitted in the termination release that the buyer would get the earnest money back. And the selling agent, the listing agent, calls and says, oh, no. I ran this by my broker and we have exceeded the due diligence time period and we've exceeded the financing contingencies and appraisal contingencies. There's no reason for your buyer to get out. So the earnest money, $5,000, goes to the seller. So the agent calls me and says, what do I do? And I said, well, I'm not going to give you any recommendations. I don't want you to hear this loud and clear. I've had numerous situations where I talk to an agent and they say, well, here's what happened and here's what's written here. And they don't necessarily tell you everything. Now, they think they are, but they don't tell you. So I said, I'll tell you what, Wanda, I'm not going to tell you anything until I've read the contract. So I need to see the contract and any amendments or any exhibits or anything that's attached to it. That's what I need to see. So she sent me over the contract and the amendment for the backup deal. And it does clearly say that in order for you to be in primary position, notice has to be given from the seller to the buyer. That's in the amendment. So then you can't just say, well, notice, you could, if it wasn't defined in the purchase agreement, you could say, well, notice was given by the phone call, which is what the agent wanted to say. Notice was given. I gave you notice by calling you and telling you that you're your primary spot.
That's from the agent.
That's from the agent's perspective. But here's the deal. Notice, you go back into the contract and you read in the purchase and sale agreement, what is notice and notification? It's clearly written out. The notice has to be in written notification and either hand delivered or by fax or by notification of some sort, whether you pay and document it through the postal service or email, some form of communication that's written from the seller to the buyer. So I said, well, here's what I need to see. I need to see where we got notice that we were the primary spot, because that is where your true due diligence time period begins and your finance and your appraisal contingency begins. Now, we just went back to that agent yesterday with that message. Well, unfortunately, unless you can show us where you did give us notification according to terms of the agreement, we never have been in primary spot because we weren't given proper notice according to terms of the contract that's written out clearly that everybody signed and agreed to. We haven't heard back yet.
So this is to be continued.
Are we holding the earnest money or?
We are holding the earnest money. Now, I sat down with Kevin today because sometimes I will go, hey, I've been through enough of this to kind of know what you can or can't do. And we've also been through another situation that I told Wanda, I said, here's the deal. Is there any email communication from you and the agent that an attorney could argue that it showed that everybody knew that they were the actual primary contract? And do they have something that could be argued in court that everybody knew that we were on the same page? Kevin, what was the answer?
The answer is that she didn't have anything like that. However, if you act as though there is a contract and everybody acts like you were saying, if you get an inspection, you do this, you do that, you do that, you're just opening up for an argument that everybody knew. Okay, whether they had technical notice or not, everyone knew that there was a contract that was in effect and it was in place. Is that a strong argument? No. But it is an argument. So, and that's what we attorneys look at, like, what is our argument? Okay, on the other side, that's exactly what I'm saying. But it's good to be the one that doesn't have that in writing.
So in kind terms, we came up with the terminology today. I threw somewhere out and I said, well, I know that this is a jerk move. And Kevin said, yes, I was sitting there kind of silent. I said, but the good thing is we get to be the jerk. So it's okay.
We are the right side of the jerk equation.
That's right. Because
don't give the other side the opportunity to be a jerk. That is how it's all shakes out.
that is the moral of the story. So, I can assure you in the future, Wanda is going to make sure that that amendment, that we get notification. Okay, wait, no. Don't ever take verbal from an agent as curing something that's in the contract or moving something in the contract. Make sure it's in writing signed by all parties. That is the only way that you can make sure that your client is 100% protected the way that everybody agreed to in the contract. I think it's clear that the earnest money will go to the buyer simply because the seller did not do as they were supposed to, and no notification was ever truly given the way that it was agreed to in the contract. So would you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
So when we go do our 10-day letter, we will write up accordingly and put those 2 paragraphs in there that the seller never met notification to the buyer, therefore the contract was never the primary spot. And that one, do you think that agent's going to feel good talking to the seller?
Is there any way that listing agent could become liable to the seller for not?
You know, that all, the sellers, to me, the sellers signed the contract. I don't think they went to court. What do you think, Kevin? Liability?
That's the key, if they go to court. Does it rise to the level of malpractice, is basically what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, not representing them properly.
Not to do that determination. I don't know.
That's a question. And let's put it this way. Real life is going to happen. If real life happens to you, do what Wanda did. Call us and say, I need help. Don't try to do it yourself. Yeah, I don't think anybody's really going to sue over that and go through the measures, but it could be considered incompetent to some degree. I don't know. Yes.
I have a question about the house not qualifying.
Yeah.
Do you know what the situation was with that? Was it like a subdivision that didn't qualify for FHA or VA?
I think it was something along the lines of the condition of the property. Most of the people, because I know most people are looking as a tear down. This person wanted to rehab the home. So they're actually buying the home and the land versus just the land. And so I think it was a conditional thing.
Is that the reason the first contract fell out?
Probably so.
But they didn't disclose that.
They wouldn't have to, they wouldn't have to disclose why the deal fell apart. Whatever guidelines were in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, you know, that wasn't able to be done through either one of their.
They didn't go to Fidelity.
Here, can I throw out one more little jewel? I don't know if y'all even think about this, because it was like an aha moment to me. We've been discussing notice a lot over the last few months, and we're going to be picking up again this week. You can actually take your phone. There's actually a scanning app you can put in your phone and scan a contract, or you can just take a picture of the document you need to send out. So you can take a picture of it on your phone and email it or message it to your client for them to print out, sign it. They can do exactly the same thing and send it back. So don't feel like you're totally hemmed in because you don't have a fax machine. You can't scan it on a regular scanner. There are definitely ways you can get documents back and forth through your iPhone or through your smartphone. Who would have thought? Those of us that wrote the contract.
Don't get excited. Not on your flip phone. Hey, no. I tell you, these are really cool, but they're called apps. They're really cool.
I had something come up yesterday, and it was a counteroffer that was emailed to one of our agents, and the agent texted this agent and said, I have your email, but I haven't opened it. Because they were going to go back and walk through the property again. It was a counteroffer. Well, that timeline expired. It's moved. But when is notification actually received?
When she opens it.
She has to open it, remember that. So with your email, you have to open. The only way you're gonna know that they opened it is in Outlook has return receipt, Google doesn't have it. So just remember that with an email, it has to be open. Just wanted to make a preliminary notification. I'm seeing agents all the time where they send an email. When did they open? I don't know. You know, it's a big, I don't know.
Yeah, by the way, if you send someone an email and you're dealing in a contract and then there's timelines, what should you do?
Fax in their office or.
That's it, or you, if you email them, just say, reply me that you received this. Simple.
Give them a phone call. People are not making phone calls anymore. It just drives me crazy. People send offers. They never call you.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, some of us don't have active, I have email on my phone, but I literally have to go in and pull it up. I don't have like little dings that come through every 5 minutes because I got an email that's come through. It's annoying. So make a phone call.
But a phone call doesn't.
On the flip phone.
Proof of a phone call.
No,
No, but what you're saying is, hey, make sure that make sure you check your email after it sends you an offer. Take control, make sure, hey, there's nothing wrong with over communicating when you're handling somebody's purchase or sale. You agree with that? Okay, so take control, be proactive, and make sure that you're not sitting there on the wrong side of the fence, that the other broker can be the jerk, okay? And learn from these things so that you can go, hey, I think I remember I can't take a verbal and assume that my client's protected. I need to go to the nth degree and make sure it's all in writing and documented. And by the way, if an agent sends you an email and it doesn't have the seller's or buyer's email or signature or anything, does it mean anything? No. Okay. Has to come from the seller or buyer, the person specific. Makes a big difference. Okay. So we're going to finish up the meeting. We have, whenever somebody's out there trying to do good, we want to get behind them as a group, right? So Ms. Krenzer has something that is an opportunity for you guys. And she's been working feverishly. I've been in here. I know she's been in here some nights till 3 or 4 in the morning.
Last night.
I haven't been here at that point in time, but I do know that she's been working very hard and has some different opportunities for you. So let's give her a round of applause, and then I'll finish it up.
So I'm Debbie Krenzer. I know a lot of you in here. I don't know everybody. There's 3 things that I want you to know about me. They're a little personal, but there's a reason why I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Number 1, I'm a mom of 7 children. I've been stay-at-home mom for 15 years, and with that, it was a big part of my life to be part of a charity. So whether it was my church or local food bank or something, that's what I did is I volunteered my time with my children. And so part of what I'm bringing to you today is a big part of my history with that. Second part is my husband and I have been married for 19 years. And we've owned several businesses in that time. And I understand what it takes for small businesses, especially the networking, to make it successful. So that's a big part of what I brought together. And then the third part of what I've done is my real estate. I've been an agent for only 1.5 years here. And I just found out that last year I actually closed just about $3 million in real estate, which is shocking to me. I didn't know until Rob sent the email out saying, hey, check this. So, which was exciting for me. I've only been really active doing real estate for about 8 months. And I've taken on the Mike Ferry coaching. So I went to the Hollywood retreat that's still advertised up here, which is kind of weird. But there you go. I went to the Mike Ferry retreat. I started doing the networking and what Mike Ferry has to do. I done one-on-one coaching once a week. And it's changed my real estate perspective. I've already got over $2 million so far in what is today, January 6th, for this coming year. So it's exciting. So I put 3 parts of this together in building this business, and I want to present it to you today and tell you really how you can become part of that as well. So it's called movingforcharity.com, and don't be confused by the myth. This is not, Moving for Charity is not a charity. It's actually a profit business, and I plan to, everybody that's part of this actually plans to make quite a bit of money for it. So it's good. And it's not asking you to support a charity. So I'm not here saying, hey, get your checkbooks out, let's support these charities. It's not what this is. What it is, waiting for us, this is not me. Yes. It's an advertising opportunity for businesses. It's a means for charity to raise funds. It's a networking builder for agents. And you get paid when you build your business a sphere of influence. A little bit different when you do your expireds and your FSBOs and stuff like that. Every time you actually bring a business to the list, which you're going to find out what that is in just a minute, you get paid. Okay. This is how it works. The top is the charity. We go to charity. I've gone to one. St. Brendan's Catholic Church is my parish. 3,500 families go to St. Brendan's Church, and I kind of live there with my kids all the time. What I found in this charity is that there was one way for advertising for businesses, and I've lived in 7 different states over the last 10 years, and every parish that I've gone to, there's one way for businesses to advertise to that sphere of influence. It's on back of the bulletins. Y'all familiar with that? On the back, you got these little squares. Those little bitty squares cost about $450 a year to advertise. I'm sorry, not a year, a quarter to advertise. It's not very effective. And what I was trying to do on a regular basis with all of my children and going to church on a regular basis is raise funds for charities. We all know that charities have a hard time raising money. So I decided to come together with Moving for Charity in St. Brendan's. I launched it. I've gone into it, and I've got full contract with them. This is what I do for them. Go ahead, Austin. It's okay. I'm going to show you the video. When I go into the church, I actually launch a video through all 3,500 families, and you can go ahead and play it. It's going to give you an idea of what Moving for Charity is. Most people have no clue until after they watch the video. So if you're a little clueless right now,
I did find it interesting that she donates her time by giving her children. I think that's great.
Giving my children, did I say that? Giving with my children. I'll tell you this.
Is there a play button?
Yeah, it should be on the bottom. It's a video that comes through. If it doesn't go through, we can pass it to the next one. It doesn't have a sound, does it? Yeah, you can just sound that with it. It's a minute video, so it's not long. This is what I do until 2 o'clock in the morning here. These videos. This is for any business. So, be plumbers, it could be carpet cleaners, it could be any business. Actually, it's what we're advertising. The business becomes sponsors for that charity, so they can sign up. Right now, we've got one charity. They can sign up for more once it starts coming. So the businesses actually, every time somebody uses them through that charity, they get money and rewarded. They decide how much it's going to be back to the church. So this is a parishioner. So when they get online and they find a business that they need, a service that they need, they say connect to me. That referral goes back to Moving for Charity. Moving for Charity signs it back out to the business. So I become that interconnector major as a church here. So, and you can see all the different categories that are on there. It's pretty much anything and everything you want. Right now we're doing primarily services, but it will go into retail soon. Okay, so before you spend a dime, check the list. That's the campaign that we're telling all the parishioners to go into the next one. You can stop the video, Austin, if you want to, because there's one more slide, but we have to wait. The next part is networking agents find local businesses to advertise on a list. So what that is, there's one point person that goes to the church, to the charity, and helps to organize the list and everything. I'm the point person for St. Brendan's. My idea is that what I want to do is make that point person a real estate agent. So all those businesses, they go around and they help them to, you go around and find businesses to go on. What you're going to do is you're going to have all those businesses on a regular contact. So if you're going to be going as an agent, if I'm going to be calling once a week, I call over to Joe the plumber. And I say, Joe, we put you on the list, and I'm going to tell you what they get when they get on the list. I put you on the list. I'm an agent. You're a plumber. I've got people that can help you with your business, but what I'm asking for you is that you know that I'm a real estate agent. And what I would like for you to do is, and anyone who's going to buy or sell real estate, I support you, you support me, and we're networking. That's what I've learned with the Mike Ferry organization and doing the coaching. It's all about who you know And it's all about getting those connections. So you're actually becoming, as a networking agent, you're becoming that interperson that is getting businesses as you're the one that they're coming to. So you're there as the point person for the church, and you're there for the point person as the business. Now, I'm doing Moving for Charity at St. Brendan's. Any agent that puts someone on the list, so if you know a business, if you've got a special dentist that you really like, if you know a plumber that works really well, every time you put a business on the list, you get to keep them as a networking agent, and you get $30 every time you put them on the list. It takes about 30 minutes to shoot a commercial, because that's actually part of what we're doing. We're shooting a commercial on the website, and we meet with them and put their stuff down for their contract and all, and then that's all it takes. So it's about 30 minutes and then a constant connection that you have with them. But it's really growing their sphere of influence. Down to the next. We're going to see if this one goes. This is another video, but I'm not going to wait. Terry told me I only had 5 minutes. Okay, so Moving for Charity's network agent. So if you decide to become a Moving for Charity agent, it's pretty simple. I'm going to be holding a video, holding a class for about 2 hours next week. Anytime you know anybody that wants to go on the list, you don't have to have your own charity. All you have to do is say, you know what, I've got a business, you connect with them, you're that networking person, and you get $30 every time you do it. This is what you get for it. $30 each time you put someone on a list. It's residual. So it's a once a year. It's for 12 months. It's what they advertise to get on that list. So this is a renewable thing. So it's a residual income for you. There's network training and growing your center of influence. I train you on what to do. I actually have scripts on how to sell this to businesses. It's pretty simple. I have yet to have a business come to me and tell me I don't want to be on the list. So, and that's exciting because I didn't know how that was going to be taken. And then you get the advertising on the charity for yourself, as well as in the end, after you put 10 businesses on the list, then I give you the opportunity as a network agent to go to your own charity. So maybe a church that you're really involved in, you can go in, open it up there, Moving for Charity is a part of it, and you get to claim it. When you claim it, you actually get profit sharing for every real estate sale that comes within the charity. So real estate is a big part of this. So real estate transactions always have 35% referral fee for anybody that comes through. 25% of that referral fee goes right back to the charity. I just sold a house for $300,000, and I gave a check to St. Brendan's for $2,045. It was great. There's still 10% of that. 10% that's left over goes to Moving for Charity. Part of that is taken by Terry. The other part of that is whoever's the point person gets 5% of every real estate transaction that happens within the charity. So if you're the point person and there's 10 real estate agents on there, someone clicks on and they say, the first agent, I don't want that one, I don't want that one. Oh, the third one, yeah, I'll take this one. And it's not you. That person gives a 35% referral fee. You're the point person. You get 5% of that referral fee as it's coming through on their commission. So it's a residual income for something you don't even have to do. It's pretty exciting. And then you also, if you are the point person of a charity, you get profit sharing for every business that joins your list. So $30 goes to whoever puts them on and brings the commercial. You get $10 list, and a charity will have 500 businesses on it. That's the goal. So in the scheme of what this is and how we've worked on it, I actually had a company come to me just before I launched at St. Brendan's, and they found out what I was doing. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of Lighthouse Publishing. So they came to me and they said, Debbie, I love what you're doing. I want to put Moving for Charity in 8,000 parishes throughout the country. I said, wait, I'm not ready for that. We're getting there. I'm automating it. We're getting it ready. I like the idea of us going through agents because that networking makes sense to me. It makes sense too that you stick with the charities that you care about, because then you're going to want them to succeed as well. So not only are we looking to do this as networking for our businesses as real estate agents, I'm trying to grow money for charities, and I'm trying to help small businesses that wouldn't have had an advertising platform before. So I'm bringing the three of them together. You can go to the next. Sorry. As you can see, it's a circle. Many times when I start talking to people about this, they say, it sounds kind of like a pyramid, whoever's in the top's making money. The truth is, it's really not. How I've done this is an entire circle. It starts with the charity, it goes with the networking, it comes down to getting your business advertised. This is the parishioner. The reason parishioners like this are twofold. One is making money back to the charity that then they're not being asked to donate for. The second thing is then they get a trusted site. Every business that comes on here, there's a lot of things that they're actually getting for being on the list. They get a review page. There's an advertising description. You get a commercial that's about a 30-second. Kevin and Jeff both have done their commercials. Very impressed. I hate mine, by the way. But so you do a commercial. You get to watch it. It's about a 2 to 3 minute video that you watch. And then you get a rating review. Anytime someone uses your business, they can leave a comment on how they liked your business and what happened with you, and a 1 to 5 star rating. So these parishioners are actually trying to find this kind of like an Angie's List that then they're able to do trusted businesses that they're working for. Once they connect on it, then it's all everybody that comes through. We know we're going to get paid to the charity. So it's just one vicious circle that keeps going around. The more people that we put as businesses on the list, the more people are going to be checking the list because there's things to check, the more money the charity gets. And it just keeps going around. And the bigger it gets, the bigger it's a profit for everybody that does it. And I think, let me just tell you real quick on what it is that they get. So it's 12 months advertising as a business. You get 12 months advertising. You get an email alert as soon as you join the list. Everybody through those 3,500 families at St. Brendan's, they all get an email alert saying, hey, look, there's another business on the list. The custom description and information page. So you actually click on to see a business, and it tells you all about their business. You get the commercial and everything to go with it. The networking for businesses is I think, the most vital. I think that's what I've learned through Mike Ferry. It's all about who you know and the connections to get it. So you're taking little mom and pop businesses that might not know anybody, and it gives them an advertising platform. You're helping them to succeed as much as they're helping you succeed. And then the creation display of the commercial. So great. So I'm going to have a class in next week sometime. If you're interested and you want to do this, you're welcome to do it. And Denise said you have questions.
It's only $120 a year.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you that. I'm sorry. So it's $120 a year to advertise, and that's it. The back of that bulletin, we're talking about $1,600 for square. You get all of this that I just talked about for $120 a year, and $30 of that goes right to whoever put the commercial on. So it's great. And a lot of people actually take, instead of taking the $30, they'll give it back to the charity, and it's totally up to you how you want to run it. It's great. Does anyone have any questions? I know I went. Sorry, Terry. Great.
That's a lot of information, yes.
It is.
So the church is cool with?
About doing it. I go into the church. It took me 5 months to get the contract and everything going. But yes, the church is completely in support, and I also have an exclusive agreement. So I'm patent pending on all of my logos as far as check the list, movingforcharity.com, that kind of stuff. And I'm actually patent pending on the service. So nobody else can come out and do exactly what I'm doing, how I'm doing it. So, and they know what it is we're doing. We actually have a contract with them. They know what we're doing.
So all the parishioners are okay with that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That would be my only.
And there's no business, like there's no limit to how many plumbers you want. There can be 6, 7 different plumbers on there. And whoever gives the biggest reward back to the church is on the top of the list. And then it's actually competitive. So if there's several different plumbers on there, they want to know who's going to give the most back. Sounds great.
Very creative, pulling the whole package outside the box, and has been working her tail off to get it to the point that she can sit down and logically explain it.
And it's a little confusing, and if you have any questions, let me know. But if you would like to go to the class and do this next week, I've got cards up here. Just let me know. You can shoot me an email, or you can give me a phone call. Thanks.
5 minutes, huh?
I didn't tell you 5 minutes. I told you 10.
All right. Who can tell me what goes on Wednesdays? I've got seen the 2 camels out there talking. So what we're going to do is we're going to expand Wednesdays. And it's all going to be focused on Wednesdays. And we're going to have a morning class that you will hear people actually role play. And this is going to be more of a invitation type thing where the people that we did the 60-day boot camp with, they went through a lot of pain and aggravation to get to a point. We kind of had a big experience that was really good. And what we realized is we don't really want to have a 60-day boot camp labeled, because the people that were in that class, once you get there, you're kind of grooving. You don't want to get off track. And we all know one thing: if you're not in here having some sort of accountability thing, you're going to get off track. because it's difficult to stay on track. So what we decided to do is say, hey, let's open it up in a very small controlled group. It's not going to be anything light. It's going to be for people that want to come in here, role play, take record themselves, be held accountable, and do different things that you might not be doing. So on Wednesdays, if you get asked to come in here, it means that, hey, we think that you could be a good person in here, but the people really want to keep it where the people are serious and committed to getting better and not afraid to role play and follow some of the Mike Ferry production stuff that everybody should be doing at some level. Then we're also going to be doing every Wednesday evening from 5 to 6:30, we'll be doing our call nights. And I'm going to wrap this up with Swada here, who called me over the weekend very excited. Now, who in here enjoys the thought? When I say, if I were to come here and say, every one of you is locked in for the next 2 weeks, 40 hours a week, you're going to cold call expired. Who in here would be excited and say, I can't wait? Let me see your hands. I know you're out there. It's not fun. But the one thing that you got to do as a business is prospect and learn how to prospect on a consistent basis, whatever that is. Swada called me this weekend, and Swada, you had a closing at the end of the year. How much was that closing?
It was $380,000.
$380,000. Last closing every year is December 30th. She got the listing in November and closed it 30 days later, end of the year. Ended up having the best year she's had. She's on her way to doing that American Dream. She got excited about that closing call. The listing that is how much?
$375,000.
$375,000. That was, and I said, Swada, where are you getting these? Where are you getting these leads? Where are you getting these opportunities? I knew what the answer was, but it's kind of weird to hear an agent that gets excited about these things that I've been called expires.
And I got another contract started January 1st. I sold one of my listings. Expired.
3 deals. And by the way, I'm pointing this out for one reason. Many agents think calling expired sucks and it doesn't work. It does if you don't do it consistently over time and keep getting better and then track and monitor, record yourself and do everything that you're not doing. So if it's not working for you, it's just that you're not working the system the right way. Okay? Period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is a form of production and it is a form of prospecting. We'll be helping you guys get through that because do you think a lot of homes expired at the end of the year since the sales went down?
Yes.
Do you think there's a lot of people that have been waiting through Christmas to put their home up at the beginning of the year? Do you think that you need to be in here tomorrow night calling some of those people? The other thing is Miss Linda Jacobs right here had a phenomenal quarter. She came in very pissed off the other day. Linda, why were you pissed off the other day?
Which thing are you talking about?
The $600,000 listing that was on the market next to the homes you had on your contract.
Yes.
And what did you do to those people
One of my
that had you been
transactions-
practicing certain things you might have done?
One of my transactions was
It was a $599,000 deal. You got it under contract. It didn't close, or was in the process of closing. And the home next door went up for sale, $600,000, and it didn't go up with her name on it. And she came in here pissed off. And here's the reality: as agents, do you relish the? Do you not relish? Do you sit there and go, man, I'm excited about being assertive, and I've got a listing. It's under contract. Do I need to call the neighbors to the side of this home?
Yes.
Not many people do this. And a lot of times we as agents, we go, oh, I don't want to do that. That's salesy. I don't want to do that. That's too aggressive. That's not my style. Linda, are you going to make that mistake again?
never. That was my listing. It was $700,000 listing. That was my listing. And I did not make the phone call. I did not knock on the door because I was scared. And Keller Williams has it. And I hate it.
So imagine if every single listing that you took on, imagine if every single contract that you wrote, you called the neighbors around it. By the way, if you take and then you get that thing under contract, should you call the neighbors around? Why wouldn't you? This is how you build a business. This is how you prospect. These are the things we're going to be doing on Wednesday nights, 5 to 6:30. We're going to carry the trend. I'm going to call it win. I think that's what I'm going to call it. Right now, by tomorrow, I'm going to call it winning Wednesdays. It might change, but that's what I call it. Yes, Joe.
At what time in the morning are you at?
9, 10 o'clock. Okay. Quick 1 hour, in and out. Move you on your way. Denise, to finish the sales meeting up, and by the way, this year is going to be a great year. We did finish up. We eked out on the units, but we had our best year fundamentally in 16 years as a company. in gross commission units and dollar volumes. Also, give yourself a big round of applause. At the end of the year, we are number 10 on units and we're number 9 on dollar volume for inventory. We were in the mid to upper 20s as of about 8 months ago. So that is a huge, you can imagine when you get up in the top 25, it is like a mountain moving to get up a rung. So you guys are doing phenomenal. We plan on keeping it going. And if you have the inventory, guess what's going to happen? Contracts and closings will follow. So we've built up a nice inventory. We're going to keep on that track. Now we're going to watch the closings happen. What do you guys want to talk about? Women's Council of Realtors. What's going on Thursday? You got a meeting.
We have a meeting. Amy Copeland is the motivational speaker. It was in the zip line.
Years ago.
Yeah.
She's coming to speak, and we're very blessed that we were able
Do you think that could be motivational? Do you think I might sit there and have you go, geez, you know what, if she can do that and get to this point, what is my problem when Colin expires? Think about it. So, whether you are a WCR member or not, this is a great opportunity to come. What is the charge for somebody that's not a member? $20. Breakfast is included.
But you need to let one of us know today so that we can have enough spots. Because we have a cutoff with the 1818 club. But
I could send you a
Hey,
link.
this is where it even gets better, guys. Have y'all been to the 1818 club over in Gwinnett?
No.
If you haven't, it's very nice. Top floor, one of the top floors over
It's
there
pretty awesome.
at the Chamber of Commerce building.
I think this is a real opportunity to get some motivation for the first of the year. You know, we tend to be in, January brings, oh my gosh, Christmas is over, New Year's is over, and now what? Because it's getting ready to get gray and cold and icky. I think this is a real opportunity to hear somebody motivational, unrealistic related, but it's going to help us move forward, because I think February is going to be humongous. So let one of us know.
You don't have to join WCR in order to go, but this is going to be a great meeting and breakfast is included. So if you want to go have a good time and see somebody that will be definitely inspiring for you, great. $20.
8:30.
And if I want to join WCR,
This Thursday.
and if I want to join WCR, what is the cost to me?
$161.
By the way, I'm a man. Can I join Women's Council of
Yes,
Realtors?
you can. I have your
Yeah.
application.
Smart
ready.
men join the Women's Council of Realtors. Honey, if you're online, I apologize. Love you. All right. I'm going to. It's the way we roll. Yes.
Will you say something about the conference coming up in February?
Yes. So if you want to join the Women's Council of Realtors, it is $161 for the year. These two ladies are getting involved in the Women's Council of Realtors. So we're going to have some fun. And they asked me, and I said, you know what? I'll get behind it. Let's have a good time together. And y'all meet once a month at the breakfasts, right? And the breakfasts are designed around having meetings where you have good people go in that you're going to want to learn stuff from.
Peter Pasternak's going to be there in March.
And if you haven't seen him, he's freaking star.
Yeah.
I've been a member of Women's Council. It's my 5th year, and I forever.
35 years.
It will change your business. It will increase your business. This is a professional organization that's recognized within the real estate community nationwide. It will change your business. It is a source of referrals, but we do have a lot of fun, and it has personally increased my business with referrals, with networking, just meeting people, handing business that they didn't want because they're too close to it for some reason and need somebody. They come looking for the people, organizations that they belong to. So really think about it. It's been a great experience for me. I've drugged Denise in. She's her first year, full year. We do our Habitat 5K in October. We have a wine tasting, usually September, but I think we're moving it to spring. So we have 2 big events that benefit Habitat for Humanity. And we also are taking on the Cause for Vets again this year as well. So it's a great opportunity.
So if you want to go check it out, cheap way, $20, and you get a motivational breakfast and hear somebody great and be able to speak. And truly, I think those are the moments where you sit there and go, wow, if this person did that, what the hell is my problem? And it can also help you go, man, I tell you what, I've been bitching and complaining about different things. What really do I have the reason to? Seriously. And, you know, sometimes those are the moments that you take with you and it helps you propel forward. The other thing that I'll tell you is in February 9th, 8th, I think it says 9th to the 12th, but 8th, I'll have to be there. February 9th to the 12th, February 8th to the 12th, it doesn't matter. It's beginning of February. What is that? That's Georgia Association of Realtors inaugural conference, okay? They're going to be going down to the Capitol, right? And it's right here in Atlanta. So it used to be always at a different location in Destin or, you know, Savannah. They've always been off-site. They switched it and they started having it 2 years ago. They came to Atlanta and said, hey, let's try and meet more realtors so that you can see what really goes on and why we're all realtors and why I'm passionate about being a realtor. It comes down to when you go down there and you see the people and the good things that they're doing for your business and for protecting the consumers and private property rights, kind of brings it all home and you can see things from a different perspective. And then that way, if somebody ever says, oh, you don't need to be a realtor, you'll understand why you never want to be not a realtor, period. So that's February 8th to 12th. If you're interested in going, get with me, get with you.
Go to GAR.
Go to GAR, GeorgiaRealtor.com. It's .org or .com. Doesn't matter, GeorgiaRealtor.com. I think it's either one. But we will have a great time. We will have, last year we had 13 people down there, and we will have a good crowd this year, and we'll have fun. So if you can't go the whole thing, you can go 1 day, 2 days, whatever, yeah.
Tuesday, the day that we go to the Capitol, is free. There's no charge, but you do have to register. And the rationale for that is because of the food service. So please, if you want to just go try it out, that day is free, but go online and register.
What do you do there?
You meet with
Well, you can get up on your CE stuff for the next time. Hello.
Is it like speeches all day?
You know what, Heather? You don't need to worry about coming to any more sales meetings, okay?
That's a legit question.
Totally kidding.
So like you go, it's classes?
They got classes, they got great speakers, they got everything that you could possibly want, but networking.
So
Parties at night, yes.
Okay.
Also on February 5th is the 4th Annual Real Estate Summit at the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, where they have a lot of the top people in the industry, predictions and everything of what's coming forth and everything like that. There is information on the Atlanta Board of Realtors site for that. It is limited to about 200 people. But if anybody's interested in that, it's only $20 and you get in front of some really good leaders.
It's going to be a pretty awesome event.
It's a great event. So I've already signed up, but go on to adr.org if you're interested in that as well.
And I do have a scientific prediction. You ready? I'm going to tell you what it is. We're going to kill it this year. That's what we're going to do. All right, Jim, wrap it up.
Back to expireds real quick. I don't know because I'm new. I was seeing something, I think it was last weekend on expireds on FMLS, and it was like 2,500. Was I seeing the right thing?
Yes.
Probably yes.
I guess getting back to your comment about expireds, because I like to call them, and the deal I do, but I mean, 2,500, there's a lot of things out there right now that we can list and get and procure and.
That's the point.
I mean, that's 2,500. That was crazy. A lot.
5 days worth of calls.
Is that normal?
You could start at the beginning of November and come through the end of, or come through today and call anybody that expired, because I can promise you the people that expired in November probably did not relist going, I don't want to list during the holidays. You've never had a more prime time than right now to be calling expireds, period. So think about that. Good stuff is happening. We went a little over time today, and I apologize about that, but here's the deal. It's going to be a great year. Make sure you got January 27th down. Make sure that you're hopefully going to stay in line here and get CE for 3 hours and learn about Matrix today from 12 to 3. Next Tuesday is Georgia MLS in here for the sales meeting. Don't miss that. And January 27th. And get with Sarah Stovall or Denise Quinlan if you want to go to the great meeting on Thursday morning together. And then tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., we're going to be role playing in here. And 5 to 6:30 tomorrow night. Get out of the habit of not doing anything and come just have some fun and experience calling expireds. We're going to make it fun, and we're going to have it in a good way. Y'all have a phenomenal day today. Yes.
So what's next? We promised something. Pizza will be here in 40 minutes.
I didn't know we promised that. Hey, pizza will be here in 40 minutes.
All right, so thank you very much. Have a great day.
Please stay in class.
You know, oh, they don't know for
Okay, good night.
the second, third reply. Third reply. Now you're calling.
You know what, I found that they have, so it means it's your call that and then, yeah, so we didn't know, she didn't have a job. And you were, I mean, we extended. Do you need the extension as well? I don't know. Do you need to copy of the extension as well? You can have it. We extended on Friday, but I'm not sure if I can get the building to do it again. Oh, is that St. People's? It's still there. They are great. They're my worst nightmare. And if it wasn't that, getting folks that I'm still hanging in there. Because if the builder's not going to extend it, they'll be here in Georgia without a house in the Okay, so listen. Is it so like you're right after the they're listening, it's on the left, they are knocking it out. They were like listening to loud music, it was awesome. That was funny. We went this one over so this is well, no, I mean, I think it's on their top. It would be on their top 3, but we're still trying to work out the deal difference. So I just met the driveway guy, which I was there because I met the driveway guy to see if they could put some kind of parking pad down here. They wanted to see if they could make a stop, like see if they're trying to buy it. So I met him out there with another agent. We got it. Well, now we're working with HOA to see if they would do something like that. So we're trying to make it happen. We just haven't. So if in fact it does work, then that house definitely be their top 3. So it was your house and then one on. I'm gonna. Yes. They like that one. They like that one, and then the other one that the older kid lives in, that I told you didn't like that one.
It's on the market right now.
Yes.
And they just put a new roof on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are very.
That one is out there.
Yeah, but they're okay. I mean, what updated?
Was it on Brixton or was it
No.
Fairway?
St. Martin Fairway.
Okay. So I think,
Not saying,
I mean,
yes,
yeah.
so if you're coming in the gates on the left-hand side, on the golf course. So, it does need updating, but not really. I've been working with this guy. I'm Maureen. This is Maureen, sorry. Well, like I said, I think that they would actually go for it. I'm in the concrete channel today. So we're working with those things. One day. This is really So I sent him a text yesterday because I can't get him to answer the phone, so I have to text him. And I said, how are you? Just checking to see what else you need me to do as far as the driveway goes. And we discussed moving forward with buyers, my seller's coming tomorrow, they were out there. And I know they want an update. Just trying to get it. He said, I'll get back to you today. So then I talked to the HOA again yesterday. And I did talk to the HOA. First, they would need to submit a drive positive update, submit it properly and with good drawings, will most likely be approved. And he said, okay, we'll let my buyer know. And that's all.
You don't be blubbering.
Our house was on the market since May. But we started way too high.
Okay.
And the reason that we started high was because 2 doors down from them.
Yeah.
So like if we're on the hill at their house, 2 doors to the right, sold for $1,035,000 the month before this happened. They were redoing their basement and they missed putting it on the market, just barely at a good, like, they missed the opportune moment by a couple of weeks. And so that house 2 doors down, which was smaller, no pool, sold for $1,035,000. So that's where they got their figure. So,
I call it
oh yeah, there's beautiful houses. So these people that are looking at their house, it's between their house and another house for $1.499 million.
So let's see.
It's a big swing. Compare $1.5 million house, but these people have money and they, with an unfinished basement and no pool.
Yeah. And when they say,
It's where the big, it's down the street where the big ones are.
You can't get anywhere in Atlanta, that's 30 in
Derbyshire. Yeah, Derbyshire. Yeah.
You know, there's not much.
So anyway, so rarely our hands are tied, and so we have 4 showings this weekend. And we have another one today, and everybody hates the driveway.
Oh, really?
I could have sold the house the first week it was on the market if it wasn't for the driveway.
I have the pretty house in East Cobb ever, and it has a driveway, so it goes like this. And it has a backyard the size of a level football field.
Yeah, that's how.
I mean,
And nobody.
you can't find, so everybody is set, has a parking lot over the top.
Yeah, that's what, this one has plenty of room to turn around, and like, I would never back out. But there's plenty of room to turn around and
And
everybody actually sells.
Yeah, so my people that, if I sell it, they don't really love it, and I'm like, it's gonna take this right person who discounts that driveway, fall in love with the back.
Let me sign it down, if you don't mind.
Well, that's what we're having. I mean, seriously, we could have sold it the first week, and, it's level, it's really level up top, because it's got the pool in the back, and the golf course is back there.
It's pretty backyard.
And yeah, Maureen's been there, it's just getting up to it. It's really not that bad.
I mean, I want you to look through it.
And they don't want to.
Before we send it on.
So out of the 4 people that looked at it this weekend, I only got feedback from 2 of them, and they loved the house, they didn't questions. So it's our problem, so I have been working with these other people hard to try to push them into something.
Yeah.
Well, they made an offer. You know, there was an initial offer, and then we countered. And then they were stuck between the two. 840 or 830, 899.9. And we really, if you look at the comps, we're really below before it hit foreclosure. They bought it from an older couple that was in financial distress, and I think they paid $735.
Okay.
But, anyway, we're really, if you look at the comps, we're really priced to sell. Oh, thank you. We are really priced to sell. So we dropped it down. We said, okay, there's not a lot of wiggle room at this point because they bought it for $735, but put a lot of money into it. Anyway, I forget, we came back at $890. Is that what we came back at? $890. And they came back at, I think they started at $830. They came back at $840. Then my people waited a week or two and they're kind of like, you know what? Screw it. We're just ready to get out of here. So $870. We will give it to them. $870. They'll pay $5,000 in closing costs. We'll do everything they asked for. Yeah. They just want out. They just want out. They don't like it anymore. They have the money. Money's not an issue. They just want out. Yeah, she hates it. And I know a lot of those people because I play tennis there. So, and all my friends are but they all hate it.
And that was how long ago?
Well, my daughter's 10 now. We moved in home when she was 3, so that's 7 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, that was before.
Yeah, but that's really before, but really, really done. But having like freaking out, pulling her in the little wagon, you know?
At least there's people like not purposely, like they can't drive.
Terrible.
On the driveway.
No.
In front, that big one with the palm trees that continually has palm trees. They don't live in the South, dumbass. He puts a new palm trees every season.
So why doesn't the HOA? That's that Meg. I called her yesterday.
That's like, there are lines in people's front yard.
What do you mean by lines?
Like crazy statues and shit.
Oh,
yeah. It's like, they're like Mickey Mouse lines, like, they're like Mickey Mouse's head and.
So, do I get to the point where I'm just bugging this guy to death, or like, just tell him to shit her? I mean, it's like, how many, you get to a point where.
So y'all could just never reach, so when you counter back, they never counter.
They've come to look at it 5 times. Since that date, they've come to look at it again like 3 more times with their kids. And it's between that one and this $1.5 million house that they have no wiggle room on the $1.5 million because I think the builder still owns it and he's got that much in it and he doesn't have a lot of room to work. Yeah. So they can't make up their mind.
So none of all the
So I
dates
push and push and push and I don't get anything.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they'll be back. So it's like, I'm gonna call.
What time was your listing today?
Well, just FYI, when something happens, just talk to me. Because like I said,
Oh, I will. It's on the list.
We want another house in Little Springs that I have listed. So
It's on the list.
we are.
Which house is that? That big one?
No, they're downsizing. It's one that in my circle, in Eastleigh Circle there.
Oh, is it listed?
It's a gray cedar shake, no basement. Your boat probably wouldn't look at it. Looks back there, backs up to the golf course.
How much was it?
624.
No, we looked at everything. We looked at 12 houses that day. Oh, there's no basement.
No basement.
Yes,
No
that's why we didn't look at it that day.
No basement.
Yeah. I was like, we looked at all the ones in like under 760 or something.
No basement. So.
That's a cute house, and the only reason that we didn't look at that is
freaking adorable.
The only reason they didn't look like that is because they need a basement.
And see these people my friends I'm selling for, they have like $1 million kids. Seriously, I don't even know how they all fit in that house. And they're so freaking adorable. I love them to death. But yeah, so if you get anything from them, just because I got room, I'll throw it off and just
Did you talk to yours yesterday? I'm getting pissed.
Well, I just wondered, like, I've been in negotiations since Friday with this kid. And he's not a kid, he's an old man. And he's like all like, doo, 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 doo. And like, I just call him, I'll text him, if he doesn't text me back, I call him. He's like, you're persistent, aren't you? I'm like, no, I'm trying to wrap a deal up. But yes, I said, I will keep calling you. So,
and the thing is, this guy, when I call, he doesn't answer, but he'll respond to my text. So I keep texting.
good, text him,
I text him, and I always ask my husband, I'm like, am I like being a little bit like, at what point do you just like?
I know, I always ask my husband, am I being obnoxious? It's like, you passed that, like,
It's
like, but it sells, you know, and he was like, you have to, you know.
So that one's, yours is definitely, you have to see this listing. She has it super
it's
cute.
legit.
I love it.
I love that house.
I live right in there.
Well, my husband's like, I love this house. I'm like, dude, no, we're gonna die where we are, we're gonna pay it off, and we're never moving.
But it's a nice, it's a super cute house.
It's like, it's just got so many, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's nothing, you just.
Kelly and her husband are super nice.
Yes, they are totally nice.
But he travels they're really not downsizing that much. It's like they want to downsize because her husband travels so much, she's doing all the work.
Honey, I'm here and there.
Join the crowd.
Yeah, join the crowd. Oh, I'm too sore to stand up.
I need to go to the bathroom. Oh my gosh.
Where did he go again?
Austin. All right, I'm gonna pull it up for her when I get back.
Hey, chicken biscuit.
I'm gonna tell Kelly, I'm gonna text Kelly, tell her like, we need to go back in that house. Well, they just got back from London, and they went with Lambert, the band. And so she just got back from that, and then of course I called her today. It was somebody trying to look at her house, and I had to listen to her complain about that for 45 minutes. I'm like, you know what? If you don't want to show it, I don't want to say that. Don't show it. I mean, it's only hurting you.
Yep.
Why are you complaining?
It's the nature of the beast.
Oh God. It's worse when you work with friends, though. You keep sending me messages. You sent me Barry's message. Damn. Do you want something to drink, or you got it?
I got water. I'm fine.
Our machine's out of service.
The soda machine?
Normally they keep some in the fridge for water. How to put bottled water in here. Did you retext?
Yeah. I'm gonna show you the house, it's really cute.
I wanted to find that message in Barry's email or text so I can call this number. See, it's.
Oh, I have it if you don't.
I know, it's freezing. I thought the door was open. Let me see, it has a mortgage contract. Sorry. Somebody sitting here.
I don't think so. I don't think she stayed for the class. How are
Okay.
you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
You ready to start? Do I have time to call these people?
Yeah, I think we have another 20 minutes. If you need anything except.
I need an address.
Oh, yeah, you definitely.
That was Roxbury.
We should know as much
I didn't
as.
sign up with anybody on this, my phone.
Oh, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, you're talking.
Sounds good.
12, right?
Yes.
The more the
That's
merrier.
right, more the merrier.
Mm-hmm. Very.
Here's the house. Go ahead and do that. Read in the whole thing. Like people don't love this stuff.
Ooh, I like that outside.
Oh, that's really nice. Look on first. Oh my gosh. All been redone. You should see that.
Is that painted forever?
No, it's stuck up with the house before. The doors were there, but they added the porch, painted the whole thing, landscaped.
Oh, I love the doors.
I do too. Well, number one, the lady has decorated like
Dimensions like.
super cute.
Is that brick?
Yes, and it is so pretty. It doesn't look, that, it's really neat.
That's different.
We loved it.
Yeah.
It's just pretty, but like I said, a lot of it is that she decorated it pretty. So you're looking at her stuff.
Style. Yeah. You like the floor plan?
Yeah, they love it. The only negative is that the basement is totally finished out, so there's no room.
Oh, no storage space.
Barely. Look, the basement's really pretty. We were laughing at the,
Oh, nice. What kind of floors were this?
it's tile. See, I don't even remember the floors. I hardly remember the floors.
That's pretty back there.
Oh, crap. No, you won't just read this.
Oh, goodness. I know she was pregnant.
January. 4 months early, oh. Is it cold in here? Yes, I'm freezing. It got warmer earlier and then.
Maybe we need to put those blinds up, get some sun in here or
Just,
something.
they probably had turned it down because we had a full group in here. for the meeting.
I'm cold, yes.
He was in a meeting last hour too.
Okay. I was gonna text Carol. Let's see if I can get this thing done.
Yeah.
Got this. Oh, there's no.
No.
So this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm seeing right now. So here, it's something to know about 7. Is that we make it specific to.
No, go with my core and get it up there.
And we just. Yeah. We'll do it as handout.
Yeah, but he's come from South Carolina, I never recognized this.
Actually. Better. And I'm gonna grab some coffee.
Hey. No, I didn't recognize the number. Yes, I know, if that were the case. They're getting ready to start on training, so.
Tell them we're at work.
But anyway, yeah. So what do I need to do?
Turn on my trusty little phone.
You are not the only one with that.
No,
Don't
I
make me
just-
feel-
Let me assure you.
I
know
just
that.
upgraded my parents. Oh my God, they're having the hardest time.
Oh, she knows better.
Well, it's not, but
We're still working on her new computer.
yeah, oh, we bought my dad a new computer too for Christmas and I went in today to drop my little girl off and he's on his old one. I'm like, what are you doing?
My dad's doing pretty well. He hasn't asked me a single question since Christmas Day.
But now he only does, did you give him a 7 or an 8?
No, you know what I got him, because he doesn't do a lot of like, we've got him a Chromebook, because he doesn't do a lot of, he basically uses it for the internet, for his banking account, nothing, he doesn't do documents anymore. Yeah, and so we did a bunch of research, and they said it was an easy thing to use for old, for older people, and so we got him that. And so we'll see, I don't know. He's using his old one that's so freaking slow. It's like,
This is much faster than the other one. I said, yes, because it's current.
oh, and then that one that we got it updates automatically, so you don't have, he doesn't have to do any updates, or we don't have to go in there and do any updates. So that was. No,
He wouldn't.
It's current.
He wouldn't. Days don't matter.
Oh, you have texting on
What's
there, right?
Fox at Phantom PDF?
My mom were trying to get.
If you want to
text.
reach the best call me.
Okay.
My mom were trying to get to text.
See, you would text,
I
you
wanted
would
to
have known on
speak.
Sunday I was alive. If
I
you just
wanted
sent me a
to-
text.
I wanted to speak out, but I figured Terry had been on me too long. When he was talking, when they were talking about notifying, and I said, and if an agent calls, this is happening. Not about it.
Yeah, I was trying to
Contract, but
figure out how to get there.
could happen.
Yeah.
An agent calls and says, well, I sent you a text, then I love to be able to say, I don't text.
Yeah, all the
That's
agents
aggravating.
Yeah.
When they assume.
that you text.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, obviously, if I send a text and I don't get a response, then I probably need to pick up the phone and call.
Exactly.
What, uninstall?
Talking on the phone.
Yeah.
I texted somebody.
Is this one too?
I have a lot of the,
This is what I need?
a lot of
So it's just right here.
they all have, because
That
that's,
suits me.
yeah, and I.
How did I do
I'm
mine?
fine with it.
Might not be that thing.
I love it, actually.
Okay, did you see what you're saying? Just a minute. You don't like that. You don't have to have.
That's not what you said.
We're talking to each other.
That's not what you said.
Gina, she does not.
Gee, thanks. You made it look so easy.
As a matter of fact, I got an email I need to send.
She will say, I don't want to call him, I'll send him an email.
Well, I think
I don't want to be on the phone with him. I don't have any.
Hey, how are you?
Good to see you. Everybody does. We're living bad news there now.
Heck, yeah.
You installed up there. So I got to say about that.
What did you say, Gina?
I said delete install our training program.
Heck, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry. Here's your counter. Good luck. Oh my gosh. This is joy and have some.
Where's that from?
You don't want the pizza one? Zoe's. Girl, this is all I could do to get dressed this morning. I was ranting, raving.
Oh.
Where's Zoe? More options.
Over
Let's
at
see.
collections.
Oh.
Oh, I haven't been there yet. Looking at it.
Well,
It's
it's
good.
good. On the list, it says
What type of
food
is it?
I wanted your salad.
Oh, melon.
It's the Mediterranean Greek, which we love.
Say this again, what does it have?
It's a Mediterranean.
It's sort of a Mediterranean Greek thing. It's
Yeah.
based on white beans.
I think it's like
Yeah, that's all.
I'll say it.
I don't know if it ordered it, but I'll.
Are you Greek? No, but we both been there and we both been there and thoroughly enjoyed the food.
Oh, yeah. No. A lot of people say, a lot of people say I look like a graduated degree.
Also, family was great because they have to.
Anyway, yeah, I love that. Or gyros or gyro, however you want to say it.
So you could say either one.
Now it's kind of coffee.
I have bread. I love the what is not babas?
Okay.
I
I like babas.
I like bubbles too.
The one right at
Uh-huh.
yeah.
In the gas station?
We have a
When you check it when you're
pizza
here, they're like,
Uh-huh. Now, there's a, place in the gas station on Highway 9 in between campground and, you know where that Walmart is?
it's good.
I don't know. I'm hesitating going in there.
I'm sure it's
good.
Solid, you know, Forsyth County is pretty good about.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. You know, I'm not trying to make it like a 70.
It's like a,
Oh, mine has got a sign on.
So it was 70. Specific. No, Pacific Spice. I think it. I don't like it.
Really?
I love the sushi.
I do too.
Other than rice. Maybe they've gotten better.
So we across the street, then next to Mellow Bush.
Oh, shoot.
That is,
Or silverware. I mean, I really kind of. Because I talked about which ones I want to tell me what they did on.
well, I just poured mine all over my salad. There may be some in the refrigerator.
Well, there's silverware in here.
close them all.
There may even be salad dressings in here.
Yes, I love their salads from Mellow Mushroom, by the way.
Yeah, they gave me no dressing. No kidding. I'm really ticked. I'm calling.
Are you gonna have them run it over here?
Oh, switch it out.
Don't hurry up yourself, keep cold, not open. Hey,
how are you? It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, thank you.
I think I'm good. I can move up. I can switch with you if you need.
Y'all, the sign-in sheet is up front here. Do you want your CE
Should
credit?
we just like move it around?
I'm probably better to leave it where it is, so if y'all don't mind. Up here.
Am I correct, this is the second time you've taught this class?
No, this is a different one I'm teaching today.
It's different, okay, it's not the same that you taught down at
No.
furniture store.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Okay.
This is about, the other, when I did a class, we were talking about using Fusion, Matrix with bio clients. This is how to use it with your listing clients. How to do a CMA and that kind of stuff.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Oh, that's okay.
Are you signing?
Go ahead.
Looking to see what these are.
Yeah.
Well, we
It's
said
not
bigger than we just did, I don't. Maybe I'm.
Well, I hope not anymore. They're supposed to be the same, I say that. If you find they're not, let me know.
Uninstall using compatibility settings.
Now, it seems like they've got the air conditioner on.
It is. That's what we
It
were saying.
is?
It's cold.
Why?
This room is very hot.
Oh, does it? Well, good. Maybe when it fills up with bodies, we'll feel a little bit better. Oh, I love your necklace.
Thank you. It always turns around.
Oh,
No
even
matter which
prettier
way I
now.
put it on, it flips. So I guess I gotta like glue it or something.
I love that. Though.
I have some that do that.
Should I have brought a laptop? I didn't.
Not necessarily. I mean, you
Okay.
can watch, but I just learn better when I'm clicking around on the computer. There's somebody's Apple over here that's, I don't know whose it is. It may be a company one.
Okay, now, see, it's like
Yeah.
this.
I don't know whose it is. It's not mine.
Install EXE. Yes, it's
Maybe it's a
very important. They
presentation.
know launch the troubleshooter.
Okay.
I'll ask. Maybe Austin's.
Oh,
It says Terry Swan.
That's not, okay. I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm like, I promise I won't look at it. Your Terry's here.
The uninstall list.
I know, I got that email. That's scary.
What?
That she went into labor, like her wire broke and she's doing April.
All right.
Oh.
January, February, March.
All right, I'll
3 months early.
Yikes. That's not good, is it?
No, it's scary.
Oh, how horrible. Well, you know what? One of our trainers, that happened to his wife.
Thank you.
And the baby is healthy and happy and
That's
just fine
okay.
now. She's a year old, so
Yeah.
they do
Thank
such
you.
wonderful
They
things
can now, it's
Yeah,
amazing.
Thank
yeah.
you.
So,
Do I take each one of these?
well, these are all the same, but yes, grab one.
Bringing me the salad dressing, bringing me silverware, but you're gonna be a gift card and everything.
Can you grab me one? 2, actually. Oh my God.
I'll come out.
Wow,
I got
Say
it.
that I can't
So
negotiate.
smart.
I didn't have to do it. Sorry.
you did good. You got a gift card too? Holy cow.
I was like, I can't eat this. We had this lunch. She goes, okay, so I go drink with it. She goes, so the bartender just told me she totally like screwed up her whole work. And I said, There's a pizza in there. Is it a pizza? Yes. I'm not hungry because I ate that, but I want to grab some, so I don't have to.
This is wild, we did this.
Shut up.
I know, it looks really good. Getting on the scales this morning.
Maybe it was awful. And here's what my husband said. This is what really makes me mad. He's on
Oh,
this
no,
medication.
he did.
Yeah, no, listen. He's on this medication that he has taken, hey, for like 1 week, right? And from his doctor. And I said, I'm gonna be on it too. But I don't know that I can handle it. Anyway, so, but he hasn't seen anything different. Like I said, you know, how much it lost? Nothing lost. So he gets on the scale this morning. I look out, this is what he says to me. Is there something wrong? Have you done something with the scale? And I said, hang on, I stepped on my head. No, except that I think that it should be lower because I've been so good and it's just the same. So I know it's right because I went to the doctor yesterday, said this is right. And he goes, wow, I've lost 18 pounds. And I said, I'm going to shoot you. You will not lose anymore because you're going to be dead. He goes, why? And I said, because I've been getting up every morning. I've been crashing at 4:30 in the morning. I've been not eating carbs.
I'm so proud of you. You go to the gym all the time.
Yeah, it had nothing to
I'm not
do.
enjoying
Except my
the
heart might be good.
That's
18 pounds though?
men. It's
That
just
is
like the
men.
commercial.
That is men.
That commercial's so true.
You know what? That almost was enough to set me off into a car.
Did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
I tried to get me a resolve. I went on a cruise. That's all you do is see you. So, thank you.
I feel really bad. Could you just move back to that salad?
It's freezing cold in
It is cold in here.
I stay hot, so.
Well, I was hot and cold now. It's down there earlier. I could actually.
All right, girls, that's what you're missing.
Is anybody having trouble with their calendar going to the Greenwich Mean Time instead of the regular time zone?
Oh, I don't know, I haven't even.
I haven't touched to look at mine. I keep trying to set appointments and it's only giving me the GMT and not the Eastern Standard.
It's really
That's in your
cold right now.
settings. That's in your phone settings. Yeah, I'm just trying.
I swear, I think it's always hot here, whether it's.
But I'm
cold
cold now.
right now. I think it's because I got a
I'm
lot
freezing.
Because
There's
there's
a
a
thermostat.
thermostat. There's a thermostat right here.
I don't.
I mean, it is like sub-zero temperatures in here.
Hang on a second, try that. Bring me a gift card and the reason.
And then come here and
Junk
do
mail.
Jam.
I had to spell
I just said that with the truth of it, I'm not, I mean, I am, but I didn't have to do it, I think. I talked to them, I was like, sure, please tell your manager. And she's like, oh, wait a second, I think I thought you were going to sell it. And I'm like, the chicken.
I got it on you.
Remember how we discussed like what type of dress?
How's it going?
Not even the salad without dressing.
So they're bringing it?
Are
they
Gave me a
really?
gift card and they refunded it.
No, they did not. Nice.
They are bringing it.
And you were nice about it?
Zoe's Kitchens.
You
mushroom.
They just great for
Right
dressing.
beside, right
They're dressing and they're bringing her dressing.
What else?
The utensils.
Gift card, refunded her meal.
How are you?
Good.
How are you?
Was he there yesterday?
I did, danced my ass off.
And I hurt my,
I tell you,
My knees still hurt.
oh, really?
As long as I don't have the pointers, I don't worry about it because it keeps remembering us. We just relaxed and we got.
Oh, did you see that
when I turned into the
Did you really?
Somebody's license number over the mountain.
What?
Somebody's license number over the mountain.
So it's where that? There's always screens on there in here. And that came up today that just said, can I have my picture taken with you? And it must look so much like.
Oh my
Yeah, I think we can hang in here.
And it's freezing.
Yeah.
But I'm leaving.
So wait, I'm trying to whiskey a little bit.
No, so we'll turn it up and then I'll be falling asleep within 10 minutes.
It's freezing. Oh, wait, wait.
You can bring your sandwich
I've got it.
in here
I've
if you
got
want.
it.
They did, I watched.
Okay.
They get you raised. There was.
I was kidding, by the way, obviously.
I just bring my kids, so we had to buy them.
That's what's on your.
I don't know what's going to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
But we stayed home. I was in bed at 11:15. I just overindulged. I think.
So read it in there, I'm making her like.
We ate like crazy.
So I'm so proud. Yeah. There's one place.
Me too. Okay. And I forget certain.
Did you find out? Did you call those people?
No, who didn't? Sorry, got sidetracked with David trying to install this damn.
We are turning the temperature up, fear not.
Thank you. I got icicles.
I'm in
menopause, it's fine with me. Thank you. I'm good.
So,
I did. Christmas.
so what do you use?
Oh, thank you.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
See, now y'all could have pulled together and bundled up, you know, squeezed together and create heat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
And then when I need to, because I have a whole name, address.
How you doing? Good to see you.
You know, if you're doing bulk mail, you have to have, residents or me here on the bulk mail. And then it also has.
If you have not signed up, who hasn't signed up, I'll bring the form to you.
I need to sign it. That's right there though.
And I'll send out full.
And don't worry, we turned the temperature up, so it won't be an ice box.
I can show you how to set it up as far as, you know, oh, yeah, your stuff in technology.
Everybody on the row registered, signed in?
It's such a simple tool.
Here, there you go. And then, we have another document.
So do you keep track of those CDs? Correct.
No, what happens
How will that
is the instructor will have everybody sign in and they're responsible for logging that into the,
So you
You can, when you go to the end, you can find it.
No, but I can go back to that.
Oh,
so.
No, we don't.
Okay, all right. Like what I was doing.
So the continuation thing now doesn't affect you.
I need a vote.
I'm
Terrible.
Okay. I'm good. Good, how are you?
Oh, you'll have a commercial.
That's like, yeah.
No, very.
No, but I mean,
Stay out, stay out, stay out.
It's funny.
I was asking the CE credit for today.
But can you blame them?
No. But the CE credit that we have today, is that actually still on our old?
No.
Or is it your license period?
But I get it.
Coming up?
No, you have to, I mean, I don't, yeah. Those by two.
So the CE credits, they start on your renewal date?
Well, I agree.
Well, you.
I would go to you and say, hey, you know the answer.
I don't know the answer, you have to get online and find out.
I started out all serious about it with her.
Yeah.
When you find out, you know.
I'm pretty sure you're good for this renewal period. You said yours was due in March.
Yes.
These 3 hours should count towards your.
Yeah, I think I'm
Well, I have
too,
so
so.
many CE credits,
Me
I would
too.
rather
So you
have
know-
it go to
Oh,
the
you'd
next,
rather-
the next period. I'm not ready.
So 36 hours don't start until July, isn't that right? I think they don't start until July.
I know, it's.
The next one.
The 36 hours?
Oh, yeah, that starts
I think
later
that
this year.
starts in July.
Oh, gotcha. I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, after Melissa gets in here with her computer, I think you are.
Did everybody get a user guide and an evaluation sheet? If not, I can bring you one.
I got a user guide. Is this a?
Mhm. Your office manager.
Now we pop it in and out.
That's fine, I'm ready for you.
So I'm glad that you're here.
Thank you. Yeah, that was great.
Okay, so everybody's got their little hand out here? Good to go?
I didn't hand these out.
No, I don't think you handed those out. I don't think anybody got evaluation.
Okay.
It's pretty much here.
Well, here's what I recommend.
So good.
Make sure you grab that form and sign in so that you get the credits for your CE.
If I don't get my done, I would.
Don't got on the back row, so let me come from.
I didn't go to. You too.
No, you don't need
So,
that. I will get them.
I thought I knew what they were.
Amazing.
little long meeting, right, so much, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
Everybody got pizza?
Thank you so much.
Close drive video,
So just fast forward for.
you're doing close drivers, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna plug
I'll
in.
see you in a while.
You know, there was some here, I All right, do I need to bring a pizza in here for y'all to work on?
Extra salad, yeah, dressing for that one, be very much.
Is that, we go like that?
Thanks.
Just in case? Would you like some pizza?
I'm good, thank
Do you care if I bring some in here for
I'm
you?
happy for you to.
Okay.
Might keep them away.
All right, so if you have not registered, signed in, make sure that you do so that you can get the credit.
Oh, where do we sign it?
It is right over there at the end of that table.
It's actually moving up. Yeah.
We can bring it up to you. There you go. You get to sign in.
I'll bring it back. Sorry, I didn't know it was yours.
Heather, I am happy to see you in the front row here, but I'll take that one.
Whoa, these are hot and red.
What's your broker buddy?
I'm sure somebody will get up and have a piece of that.
Jarvis, you're young and thin. Eat some pizza, son.
Oh, my green just got.
That is good.
You can go ahead, go.
No,
Hey,
wait,
honey,
And when you're done here, if you can pass it back there.
let's make sure everybody.
Are you okay? Can you help me? I'm stuck on this. This is girl problem. Yeah, give it.
I didn't know what you were talking about. You have any real estate license number? You gotta put your real estate
Oh, wowzer, that was really terrible, folks. Oh my gosh, you're so fabulous, thank you. I was hurting. I had no breath, so straight up. I just realized that's the way I do have my computer in the car, but can we learn just as well by looking?
Yeah, I'm happy for you just kind of follow along with me on the screen. I just learned better myself. Touching keys.
And then I scroll down. I need to clean it.
Better for one day. I'm like,
I would say we're gonna need some air in here. Next to it comes in handy too. Yes, it does. I'm going this way. Beat me down. I'm gonna plug it in here. You know what? I know, I've got it in everything. Okay, I'll see you in Lori.
No, but you do know there's more bodies in here and that also makes a difference.
Does somebody still need to sign?
So, Robert.
Everybody sign in.
I have not.
Okay. I'll hand it to you just a second.
It is not.
Am I property Dora?
No, just turn it down.
Well, you know, there's a little restless group in there that come out and choked me. And Serena's in there with a full.
Maybe we can compromise. Tell her to come sit here for a while.
You have to pass it back.
Not signed in. We'll make sure you get the city credit.
I'll look it up. Get it out of here.
Yeah.
How are you?
Okay, the thermostat is sitting on 65. I just want y'all to force Rita what she's got to wear. We don't care. Get back in your hole. Go.
How you like your
Have you bought my lunch? We're gonna have a good time today.
And I just poured it out.
We got too much shot.
So that's like last month, right? So that's a lot. Poor little fella. Look, there's a ring. I just gloss it up a little bit. It's not dark. My husband kept buying me bags. I didn't hate them. They weren't what I wanted them, so I just threw them in the store. I'm like, my The RC is my favorite. They do have a new line out there. I got some kids in college. I can't get that. I was trying to get
So I can't use my
It's not good because infections get in. They call me
I do.
Results.
All right, who's the smart people in the room? You all are. Good job. So, what are we learning about today?
Matrix when I was working with sellers in the software.
Okay, let's give your attention to the front because you're already 14 minutes behind. Okay, so who's here to learn?
Who's here to learn something that will turn and apply today? Okay. You two people over there, we're gonna be watching. You got the film up there. So, she's gonna make it riveting. If by chance you guys feel like it's an oven in here,
It is.
Sandy Deaton, you're in charge of opening the back door and putting a chair in between the door and the wall. What will that do? That will allow cold air to flow into here, and you can manage and monitor that.
It's hot. You know, if you put, get some ceiling fans in there now.
Good idea. Okay, so, hey, here's the good thing. We have heat, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Enough said. Here we go with FMLS. Good job, guys. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming.
I'm so happy to be here.
And we look for more meetings like this that you can come and educate.
Yeah, it's my group. So, hey, everybody. Hi. I met you already. My name's Kay Burke, and I'm with FMLS, and I'm going to be going through this material with you today. Did everybody get a user guide? One of these? If you didn't, we'll pass one back to you. It's yours to keep. You can make your notes in it, because there may be a couple of things I say as we go through class that may not be in your user guide. If that's the case, I'll just shout it out and be sure to jot it down. We have a couple of things to do for the Real Estate Commission before we get started. So I've got just a couple of slides to help us through that. I'm required by the commission to go through with you their guidelines for you getting your credit. These are not FMLS rules, they're Real Estate Commission rules. I know you all have heard it a million times. How many brand new agents do I have in the room right now? So, okay. So you may not have heard it a million times, but you will before your career's over. So, but the commission says in order for you to get your 3 hours of credit, you have to be here on time, come back from break on time, and then stay with me till the bitter end. I'm going to do my best to get you out of here at 3:15. But Terry asked me to cover a couple of extra things in this class that are not built into the time frame we're working with. So I may get some highlights in a couple of places so I can get to some really good stuff about inputting your listing data. That's what Terry really wanted me to hit at the end of class. So cell phone policy, y'all check them one more time and make sure, I haven't even checked mine. Make sure they're on silent or vibrate. I used to have a rule that said, if your phone goes off during class, you owe me $5. Until my own phone went off one day. And I stopped that rule real quick. Okay, we don't have to worry about the recruiting deal because y'all are all one big happy family. We're good to go there. This class has been approved by the commission through December of 2016, so we're good to go there. And course credit. Y'all, we have had, and I myself was involved with this not too long ago. I had a lady who was very unhappy with me, and I mean, she called and screamed with my boss, with the president of our company, and I'm going, to get your credit, you have to sign out on the same sheet that you signed in on, folks, on your same line. I need you to put what time you leave the room and your signature. This lady forgot to do it, and she needed her credit by the end of the month. We couldn't give her credit. That's the commission, that's not us. I mean, I knew she was there the whole time. Everybody understand? Okay, I'm not going to beat you up about that, but it is critically important for you to sign out on these sheets of paper with the time that you leave in order for me to be able to give you your credit. Everybody good with that? Okay, at the end of the day, you're all big people, and it's your responsibility. They're going to be up here at the front. Didn't sign in.
Before I sign out.
Not good to sign out unless you've signed in. Okay, so that's the commission's guidelines for you to get your credit. They also require me to go through with you the objectives for the class today. This is the material we promised them we would cover in our 3 hours together. So we're going to be working with the Matrix software as it applies to your listing clients today. So we're going to be taking a look at the CMA program especially. So we're going to cover the material as if you were preparing for a listing presentation. So the first thing we're going to do is do a little bit of research on the subject property. Just want to make sure you know how to find a property if it's been in our database in the last 8 years or so, which I'm going to make sure you can find that. And then we'll take a look at all the neat stuff that's on the agent full report that will help you get a good idea about the property before you ever walk in the front door. That's always good, isn't it? Just to be that little bit ahead. So we're going to do some research on the subject property, take a look at the history link. That can be important to you too. then we'll do a quick search for for comparables for your subject property so that we can create 2 separate CMAs during the class today. There's a 1-page report, it's called a quick CMA, that will give you just some basic information. We'll do that one really quickly, and then we're going to do one of those great big professional looking CMA reports that can be as long as short or as short as you like, and I'll show you how to add your pages in as we go through that. Once we create it, I'll talk to you about saving it and emailing it and printing it out so that you'll be able to hand that really nice report to your homeowners. And then there is a statistical package built right into Matrix. I'll be showing you how to use that really quickly. That's one of the places where I'm just going to go. Just hit the highlights of that so that we can talk about listing data. And then I'm also going to show you how to create those charts and graphs once you get into the statistical program. We'll look at hot sheets for just a minute. How many hot sheet users do I have in the room? Anybody? Oh, yeah. If you use hot sheets, you love them, don't you? So I want to make sure you know how to use them here in Matrix, how to customize them, create your own completely customized one so that you can use it over and over and over again. And then at the end of class, we may or may not talk about your own information, because we did that the last time I was here. It's just a matter of getting your phone numbers right and make sure your email address is correct and stuff like that. So we'll touch on that. And then at the very end of class, Terry, Deb asked me to go through with y'all some, just talk about your listing data input and photos and stuff like that. So we'll stick that in at the end. And I want to talk for just a couple of seconds about Matrix and Fusion, because I've had a couple of people ask me since we all started walking in the door. So here's the deal, and if you've heard it before, my story has not changed at all. Right now, Fusion and Matrix are running in parallel. It's the same database in both programs. Matrix is not an app. Does everybody understand that completely? Matrix is not an app. It's its own separate piece of software, just like Fusion. It's just they're both written on different platforms. As you well know, Fusion is written on the Flash platform, and that's why you weren't able to use it on your iPads very well or your Macs. And so, yay, that's gone with Matrix. It is an HTML-based program, and it is lightning fast. So that's one of the things I like best about it is its speed. These 2 programs will continue to run in parallel until, and so that is the question most people have for me, is Fusion going to go away? And the true answer to that question is yes, it's going to go away. I can't tell you when. We don't know when. Our plan at FMLS is to run Fusion as long as CoreLogic allows us to run Fusion. There are not many multiple listing services left in the United States, probably fewer than half a dozen, who are still using Fusion. So you begin to see the handwriting on the wall. It's going to go away at some point in time. Our plan is to run it until CoreLogic comes to us and says, that's it, folks, we're turning it off. We're not going to support it anymore. We're not going to make any improvements to it. It's done, and they'll bury it, and then we'll switch over and have Matrix only. Time frame, we don't know. And we're not asking, because we're afraid if we ask, they'll push our date forward. You know how that goes, right? So we're not asking, we're just going to keep using it until they come to us and say that's it. And one of the things that they'll probably be looking at is how many of our members are already switched over and are kind of immersed in Matrix already. Probably when it hits 85% or so, they may come to us and say, no, I don't need it anymore. But right now, we're not near 85%.
So when are they going to put the other functions of Fusion that are still there over in Matrix?
Like your
like the edit. Yeah.
Okay, so that was where I was going next. So thanks for that segue. The lady at the front of the room here said, when is Matrix going to become our primary system? As you know, right now, Fusion is the primary system. And all that really means to you is that your ad edit stuff is happening in Fusion. When you get a new listing, you input the data into Fusion. Our plan was to have it done the end of December. But y'all, and I know your company uses the Swift software so that when you're listing people here, input your listing data, it goes to 2 different databases with 1 input. And our holdup is that Swift software. Victor writes that software, and he is the only game in town. So you can imagine that his sense of urgency is not quite as great as ours is. So we're just we're really waiting on him, because we know that we would all probably be assassinated at FMLS if we took away Swift from so many brokers. they wouldn't be very happy with us. So we're hoping this month sometime, or at latest into February, maybe, later than mid-February. I don't know that either. So now that I've started talking, I've got a tickle in the back of my throat. Y'all, please excuse me. Okay. It's just not going to stop. Okay, so that's kind of it. Yes, Matrix is going to go away. When it's going to go away, I can't tell you. We're going to use it as long as we can. I am so sorry. Make sure I get through it. It's not a cold, a hangover from a cold. It's not the flu. It's just something hung on my tonsil back there. It's probably a piece of pepper or something. Okay. HTML means that you can use Matrix on your iPad, your iPhone, your Droid tablet, your Samsung phone, whatever you have, you'll be able to use Matrix on it. And I'm talking full functionality, not just portions of it. So anybody have any other questions about how Matrix is going to work and what we're planning on doing with Fusion? You're good to go there. I wish I could give you more specific information about when Fusion is going away, but I can't. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, we'll go right on into the program then and get started. I know, I came through this screen just so y'all could do that for me. Those are my grand joys. Oh, thank you so much. Water is sometimes. Thank you. Okay. Everybody knows now how to get to Matrix, right? There's a tab right at the top of the screen, just to the left of the Fusion button, and you're going to be going there to get to Matrix. The first thing you probably have noticed, how many of you have been in there poking around? Good, after our first class. Are you liking it?
No.
Well, who said that? How come you don't like it?
Matrix, because I try to put in some of the parameters that I want to put in, and I can't figure it out. I didn't take a class yet.
Oh, okay. Well, it will help. So at the break or at the end of class, we'll just sit down for 5 minutes and you'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll love it.
I didn't like the report that the customer gets. They didn't like the format.
For the Biofuel report, I've got some good news for you about that, I think. When we turn that switch that makes Matrix our primary system, it opens up several doors for us at FMLS, and report formats is one of the doors that will open to us. Right now, one of the things that makes me angry is that CoreLogic didn't take care of this before they ever gave us the product was when you print out your agent full report right now, it prints on 2 pages. Don't you love that?
Yeah.
Oh. And when we called them, and because we had that same problem with Fusion, you remember? Yeah, and we called them then with Fusion. They said, oh, we'll fix that, and they did right away. With Matrix, you know what they told us? So I just thought that was unacceptable, but that's what we got. So the deal is, we're already looking at your agent full report, trying to decide which pieces of information we can take off of the report to make it print on 1 page for you. So when we flip the switch, you will probably already have a report out there that will print on 1 page. Okay. So having said that, there's the opportunity for us to create a different buyer full report too. So if I were you all and you're not liking the buyer full report that you see, send an email to support@fmls.com. Say, I'd like to see this on the buyer full report, or could you format it this way? The more ideas we get from you all, the more input we'll have for formatting that report for you. Is that better? Yeah, you'll believe it when you see it. I can tell it.
Isn't that the format of the drip campaign that you send out? They didn't like those either, compared to the way Fusion sends it out.
Oh, you just mean the way it's formatted on the screen?
When they get it, they don't, he's like, I can't tell what I'm getting, I don't like the.
Okay, that's not gonna change. Not gonna change. What you've got for the client portal is what you got. I do have, and it's on our website, a little 12-page pamphlet that you can give your clients that will show them how to use it, and they'll quickly see. I will say to the rest of you who haven't switched your clients over, I would never switch mine from the contact website to the portal because they are so very different. I would let if you've got a contact website already set up, I'd let my folks play out in the contact website, hoping that Fusion will be around long enough for you to use that product for them. And then as new people come along, I set them up on the portal. They're not gonna know the difference and they're gonna love it. It's just a matter of what they got used to, and it is very different, very different. Somebody else had something to say about
I was pretty much gonna touch on the same thing that Debbie did in that, I have a lot that, I send out drip information through the searches. And I know the last class I took with you, it was definitely not set up the same. It was one that you had to go in and literally send it out instead of the system sending it out. And I don't know if y'all changed that or not, but that was one of my.
It goes out.
Automatic.
Yeah, it goes out automatically.
Okay, it's just not as good. I didn't.
I'm not gonna, I was used to the contact website too, so I'm missing some things that are out there in that, but I think the client portal is a pretty good piece of software too, so you'll get used to it, I
That
promise.
seems complicated though, if they've got to have a 12-page pamphlet to figure it out.
There's only a 12-page pamphlet because there's so many different things that the product will do. So many different ways your clients can look at the information you send them. And that's the only reason that's such a lengthy little report. Another is we put big graphics in there with arrows saying, click here to do this and click here to do that. Okay, let's keep moving so that I don't spend too much time trying to make you feel better about what we've got in Matrix. You're gonna learn to love it. I do already, and I was a big Fusion fan, and I have fallen in love with Matrix. As a matter of fact, I've gotten to the point right now where if I come back into Fusion, I forget how to do things because I'm working on Matrix so much. So if you're working along with me, we're just gonna go ahead and get into the program. Here it is. In your user guide, on pages 10 through about page 15, it talks about the widgets that you see here on the Matrix dashboard. We went through these the first time I was here, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on them, especially on hot sheets, because we'll cover that briefly at the end of class. The others, y'all, they're all really good. They're meant to be time savers for you. So the quicker you acquaint yourself with these widgets, the more time you'll be saving during your day. This one right here, my favorite searches. When you save a search, you'll be able to tell Matrix, instead of putting it in a list of saved searches, just put it right here in this widget, and then when you hit the software, one click and you've run that search for your buyer. So that's an improvement over what we had in Fusion. Each one of these little boxes, when you add things to it, the maximum number that you're able to add is 10. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 5 in my favorite searches right now. You can have as many as 10. Okay, so that's how that one works. My carts. Is anybody in the room using my carts? Oh my gosh, I love this one. This is my second favorite thing that you can do in Matrix. How many of you have ever been sitting at your computer looking for properties for buyer A, and you have been looking at a list of 30 or so, just combing through them, deciding, is this one right, is this one right, is this one right? When you run across one that is perfect for buyer B, and you're going, got to get this to this other buyer. So what you have to do is write down the FMLS number or the address, and then hope you don't lose that piece of paper, or hope that you do remember to go back and find it and send it to them in an email later. You don't have to do that anymore. All you have to do is click a box and say, put this property in that client's cart. And then you can go back whenever you're ready and send it along. I'm going to show you how that looks. My husband, y'all, we've been married 35 and a half years. If we don't make it to 36, it'll be because of Matrix. He's been my guinea pig for everything. And I keep sending him emails, and he's going, you sent me another email. Do I have to open this one? If you don't mind. He rolls those eyes at me, you know. So here's a cart, my husband's cart. He's got 10 properties in his cart. Here's one of the great things about Matrix too. Now you've got a sent email history. Does that excite anybody? Isn't that nice?
Absolutely.
I love, love, love it. And it ties into this cart as well. So there have been 10 times when I found a property, I thought I'm just going to send this one to my client. And when I come back in here, all I have to do, y'all, is check a box and click this email button, and I'm sending it along. When I send it, it automatically puts in the day I sent it. Now, when you get that phone call from your buyer saying, you remember that property you emailed me last Wednesday? And you're going, yeah, sure. But you say, I'm right in the middle of something, can I call you back in a few minutes? And then you run out to your inbox and you're digging through that sent email box, trying to find it. You don't have to do that anymore, because now you can come to your sent email history, look at the date, find it right away, bring it up on your screen, and you're looking at details while they're asking you questions. Isn't that great? So yay, love the carts, love the sent email history. Okay, just a little bit about some of these others. The Market Watch widget, y'all, gives you the same information that your hot sheet widget does. Maybe I should explain what hot sheets do for you. How many of you do not know what a hot sheet is? Okay. A hot sheet is going to show you everything in our database that is new or has changed in price or status in a given time frame. So here on these, on the hot sheet itself, here's where you'll pick up your time frames. Right now I've got mine set at 24 hours, but you can choose today, which is everything since midnight. Or you can look 3 days back or 7 days back, or set up a time frame as far as 30 days back, just to see what's new or changed in price and status in our database. Then you're going to be looking at a property type to see that information. So if I choose the last 24 hours and click on residential, I'm going to get a list of 1,600 properties that are new or changed. It starts with price decreases, then I'll see price increases, I'll see new properties, I'll see what expired, what went pending, what's back on the market. It's a great thing to keep up with what's going on in your area, right? Now, the neat thing about it is that you can customize it for where you do your business. Instead of looking at all the FMLS database, you could come right here, and I set one up just this morning for Cumming. So I just went into a search, and I said to areas, was it 221, 222, 222? Set those areas up, and I said I'm going to look only at single-family homes. I saved it. Now, when I run the one for Cumming, instead of looking at 1,600 properties, I'm looking at 98. Wow, big difference, huh? You can keep up with what's going on in your market instead of all over Atlanta, because this is what's most important to you around here, isn't it? So love that. So that is your hot sheet. The Market Watch widget is going to give you the same information, except that you'll be able to look at the information by property status. Instead of everything, price increases, decreases, expires, withdrawals, all that, you can say, I just want to see what properties have had price increases, or which ones have gone under contingency other, and I'll have a much shorter list to look through. Maybe I'm looking at new listings for one of my buyers. Quick way to see what's brand new, and then I can just let my eyes run down that list price column and decide, oh, that one is perfect for this buyer and it's brand new. Isn't that great? So you can customize these as well. Take a look at this Market Watch. It's one of my favorites too. My stats, we'll be looking at this one towards the end of class. My listings. Right now, y'all, the only thing you're going to be able to see in this widget is reverse prospecting for your listings, mainly because Fusion is still our primary system. So all that ad edit stuff is going on in Fusion, which is where we count hits on your listing. So everybody knows that you can go out there into Fusion and see how many hits your listing has gotten through FMLS channels. That's something I'll be showing you at the end of class today, in case you don't know where to go to get it. But when we turn that switch and make Matrix our primary system, you'll be able to get all that great information right here in Matrix 2 on this widget. Okay, and then at the top, these two, recent portal visitors and concierge, those two you'll be using to monitor and track what your clients are doing on their client portals. So if you don't have concierge on your screen, if you don't have this widget on your screen, it's just because you've not set up a client portal that has the concierge service attached to it. When you do, it'll pop right up there for you. You don't even have to ask for it. Then you've got one here that will just show you the last, I know, are y'all noticing my name?
Yeah, Hugh Jackman.
Yeah. We're going to use Daniel Craig today. And then finally, external links. Y'all, this one is, you got it in Fusion, so these are just links that'll take you to other people's websites. I heard somebody, and maybe it was you, who said to somebody sitting beside them, oh, there's this thing in FMLS where you can just go and find out how many CE credits you've collected. Who was it? I thought it was you. Okay, and here it is, folks. This is where you'll find it, right here. The GREC CE credit check. If you click on that, we take you right to the page in the Real Estate Commission's website, and you can type in your license number, create a password, it'll take you to your page, You'll know exactly how many classes you've taken, how many hours you have accrued for your next period of license renewal. Isn't that great?
Yep.
So that's out there. Have you ever tried to navigate the Real Estate Commission's website? Oh, finding this page is just about impossible, so that's why we put it out here for you. Okay, so now you know about that one. The rest of them are pretty good little links to. Remember to take advantage of them. How many of y'all are using the Find program? Yay, yay. Raise your hand for me. I love you all. Isn't that great? Okay. If you don't know about Find, ask me at the break.
You know what, I don't have external links. Is there a way to add that?
Probably if you look down here under additional. Do you see it under additional?
I don't have additional.
You have additional?
Oh, I do. I'm sorry.
Okay, so if you see external links under additional, just click and hold and drag it back out somewhere else on the screen, and it'll pop out for you. Okay, there you go. All right, we're going to move on over now to page 16 in your user guide. The first thing I'm going to do is show you how to create the cover sheet for your CMA reports, because that's where we're headed. We're going to spend most of our time on the CMA report today. So, your cover sheet. This is what we're talking about right here. You can see that you're branded here. Photo, phone numbers, your office address, all that stuff, you're branded here. Want to make sure that the information is correct and you get to choose which information shows up there. So here's how you find it, folks. If you're working with me, just hover over the tab that says My Matrix. Anything that you create that is customized for you, your list of contacts, your saved searches, anything that belongs to you, you're going to find under My Matrix because it's mine. So you're going to come down here now to My Information. You'll click on that. There is a tab that says CMA Cover Sheet. This is what we're going to look at right now. So you can click on that tab. And I'm just going to give you a couple of minutes to get this, if you're working on your computer, to get this fixed now. Some of you have been around FMLS software for as long as I have, and that's a long time. So probably your name is going to appear over here in this section in all uppercase letters. Am I right? Yes. A lot of your, right? So I changed mine. That used to be fine, but with social media now, all uppercase just means you're screaming at somebody.
Yeah.
You don't want to be screaming your name at somebody. So we have this little override button right here. You can see where I checked mine, and I changed my name from all uppercase letters to a combination of upper and lowercase letters. Then when I check, now when it brands my cover sheet on my CMA, I won't be screaming my name at somebody. So I would also want to come here to First Multiple Listing Service and change that too. It doesn't change the information that's in your member roster data. It just changes it here from Matrix. Okay. So you want to get that done so you're not screaming at people on the cover page of your CMA report.
Why are we clicking on that? I'm sorry.
Override, because what you're going to be seeing in these boxes right here is what we have in the member roster area. Your information looks like what's right there. And is yours all upper and lowercase? Yeah, it is upper and lowercase. You don't have a thing to do then, unless you want to add a middle initial or something like that. You could do that. This just allows you to change it for your cover sheet, okay? Yeah, it's just the way we input your information into the member roster area years and years ago for me, like 25 years ago. So we can't change that because that's how Matrix and Fusion and FMLS knows you, is by that information. So we just want you to be able to change it because of what social media has come to mean to all of us in terms of uppercase letters. Okay?
What's the address here?
2920 Ronald Reagan,
But what is the suite number?
113.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, once you've gotten that finished, just go ahead and click on that save button and you're done. And you've just gotten your branding all set up for your CMA cover sheet. All right, so that was quick, wasn't it? I'm going to move you on over now to page 18 in your user guide, and we're going to start by doing some research on the subject property. Y'all, I found one that's close by, hoping that it would be something that you'd be familiar with. When I looked at my comps, they're not that good. So just understand going in when we start pulling comps, they're not going to be perfect comps, and we're not going to worry about it, okay? So if you're a control kind of person, just take a deep breath. It'll be okay.
It's all right.
It's all right.
I'm not a control person.
Me either. Okay. So I want you to come back with me to the Matrix homepage or the dashboard. And we're going to look for that subject property in the FMLS database so that we can take a look at this property before we ever walk in the door. Does anybody in the room know how long we keep stuff in our database? 8 years. Good, 8 years, working towards 10. So we have 8 years worth of sold data in our database right now. Now, when you get ready to pull comps, do you need 8 years worth of sold data? No. So we're going to be talking about how I can get just the last 6 months in a few minutes. But the good thing about this 8 years worth of data is that this property has been on the market and has been in the multiple listing service database. You're going to find it in the last 8 years. Isn't that nice? Now, there are going to be some that you won't find. My husband and I have been living in our home for 20 years. We built it. You're not going to find my house in this database because we built it 20 years ago. It's just going to happen to you. So what is your answer for finding out a little bit about a property if you don't find it in the FMLS database?
County records.
Yeah, the tax records. You'll just go to Realist. Everybody knows how to get there through Matrix, right? You'll just hover over public records. There's Realist. Boom, you're in. You search by the property address, and you'll at least know bedrooms, bathrooms, the square footage, and things like that, right? Okay. The more I talk, the worse it gets. Okay, let's use the speed bar up here at the top to find this property. So everybody, have you been using the speed bar? It's your replacement for that Fast Find gadget. It's pretty neat. You gotta love that part at least. So in this little box, we're gonna type in this address. This is our subject property. We're gonna be making a listing presentation. The address is 4195 River Club. Now, I capitalize things. You don't have to. Don't worry about upper and lowercase in this box. A couple of things you do need to know about looking for an address of a property in this box. If the street name contains 2 words, you have to type both words in that box. Unlike doing it in Fusion, you could just type the first word and it would find everything. That's not what the speed bar is like. So I had to put in 4195 River Club. Both words. Have I got that part? Now, if I had left off the property, the house number, it would find everything on River Club, Drive, Trail, Road, Street, whatever. And you don't put in that suffix, all right? Because we parse out our information. The speed bar is not prepared to look at the parsing. So you just type street number, street name, hit the enter key or the little magnifying glass, and it found that property for me. 2 instances of it in our database. One right here where it expired at 419.9, and the other one is where it sold at 371. So yay, we've got information to look at in the FMLS database. So we're going to just come right over here and click on this FMLS number. We're just going to bring up the agent full report, and yay, we're steps ahead in all this work that you've got to do. Y'all, this is kind of Marketing Properties 101. There are 3 reasons a property doesn't sell. What's the first one? Price. Condition. Yeah. We're going to cover price for the CMA report. Condition is the next one. Now, we may or may not be able to find out anything about condition here. When we look farther down on this report, we'll know when this property sold. We'll kind of know when the pictures were taken and maybe be able to tell a little bit about the condition of the property. But condition can change in a big hurry, can it? So that's one of the things that we're not going to be able to help you with. What's the third reason the property doesn't sell? Location. That's right. Got a couple of things right here at our fingertips that we can use for location issues. Like, does this property sit on a corner of a very busy intersection? Or does this property back up to a very busy street? Or does it have those ugly power lines in the backyard? Or does the backyard drop off 20 feet down to a creek that's real rocky and you've got a toddler that's, Now, those kind of things you may be able to tell by looking at the information we give you right here on this report. So let's take a look at a couple of those. Number 1, location issues. You know that if you click either on the address up here or on this icon right underneath the picture, you'll bring that property up and it'll be pinned on a map. Now, just looking at this road view, mine quickly turned into the bird's eye view because I have my map set for automatic. This property does not sit on a busy intersection, on the corner of a busy intersection, does it? So that's one location issue that we don't have to worry about. Looks like it's a nice level lot too, doesn't it? That's another location issue that we can figure out from this information. A third one, do you see any power lines or anything? And it doesn't back up to a very busy street. So location, we're pretty good to go, right? Okay, so that's nice to know, isn't it? Okay, I'll close my map. Another thing that we can do is take a look at these pictures. Let me come back to the pictures in a minute because we need to talk about the age of the pictures. Yes.
I just had a question. Very often when I go into the public records through the FMLS, I'll go to that to have a pin put on where the property is, and it's powered by Bing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm finding that more than 50% of the time,
It's wrong.
It's wrong. Why?
Bing is just crappy.
So why are we, and so then why are we attached to, why don't we find another
Because that's what
source?
CoreLogic chose to use as Bing.
You can move
You can move it. and change
Well, no,
it.
you can move it for your information in the FMLS database.
No, but if you're not aware of the
Yeah,
property
I
and
know.
you're paying it, and it just, the ones that I'm catching are the ones I happen to know where they are, but now I don't trust it at all because it puts me in the wrong spot.
Bing is just Bing, and there's nothing we can do to change Bing. There's nothing CoreLogic can do to change Bing. It's a separate company. It's well-known. And,
Microsoft.
yeah, that's the issue too. I will show you in a little bit how to change where your pins are showing up in the FMLS database. That's the huge part, right? I mean, all of you have done a search in Fusion and gotten a cluster of pins up here, and then there's one pin down here in Warner Robins. And nobody ever looks at that one in Warner Robins because they think it can't be part of this subdivision when it is. 9 times out of 10, that is the listing agent's fault. They've either put in a wrong area number or misspelled the street name or something. When it's Bing's fault, that is usually because it was new construction and they just don't know where the property goes and they just kind of throw it at the map. And I've seen one pinned on the east coast of Africa. I mean, on the west coast of Africa. Absolutely, that's a true story I have. So, yeah, Bing.
But even within a subdivision, I'll know it's like 2 houses off from where it should be.
Yeah.
There is a way to check.
They don't
it,
update.
though.
Microsoft
I
doesn't
mean,
update.
when you pull it up off of Grab and pull it up off the street, and it brings it up and you can have it diagrammed through the parcel, you know, where you're setting up where all the little parcel lines come in, and you click on the parcel, it'll give you the address. So if your dot's not on the correct address, you're gonna have to go through and hit the right parcel to get the right
To
address.
get the right information. It's extra work, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
But it's a Bing thing.
I thought it was me.
It's a big.
It's a Bing thing. Okay, so pictures we'll come back to. Let's take a look at the history for this property. Sometimes that's nice to know too, isn't it? To get to the history, you'll use the row of icons right underneath the photo. This one that looks like a little alarm clock will give you the history report for this property. You can see what's gone on with it. It went on the market first in August of 2010 at $449,000. And right away, there was a price reduction to $429,000 from $420,000. 2 months later, down to $414,900, and then the listing agent allowed it to expire. Back in the on the market at $419,900 with a brand new FMLS number. New agents, don't be fooled. Okay? Everybody understands what agents can do, listing agents can do. They can let that property expire and put it back into our database with a brand new listing number. And if you don't understand that that can happen, you may be fooled into thinking this is a brand new listing and this is the original list price when it's not. So that's why this history report can be such a gem to you. So it went back in at the same price it expired at, and then it went to contingency due diligence to, so $371. So from $449, this person got it for $371. They got a deal, didn't they? So at least, and here's what I think about this. at least now going in, you know the mindset of the homeowner. Now, they got a really great deal on this home, didn't they? But sometimes those people who bought their homes in 2008 at the peak of the market, 2007, and they paid premium price for their property and they're ready to sell it now, they're still thinking it's worth that premium price that they paid in 2008, and that's not always the case, right? So at least you'll know the mindset of the home. Everybody always thinks their home is worth more than it really is, right? Y'all know that better than I do. I think the same thing, but that's not reality always, is it? However, for this person, they're probably going to be pleasantly surprised, right? Okay. Now, let's finish up what's on this report for you. I just don't want you to forget that all this stuff is out here on this one report. Scroll down to the bottom. These last couple of sections can give you some really good information. Number one, square footage is right here. I know, so don't beat up on me. That's a state of Georgia thing. We work with what we get from the county tax assessor's offices, and we all know how accurate that information is, right?
I do have a question, Kay.
Mhm.
Why is it that Georgia MLS can put theirs in there and it has from ground up on their square footage, but yet FMLS wants to combine finished square footage in the total? It makes it really hard for us when we're trying to do comparables, property to property, to be looking at a property that has 4,000 square feet versus the ones that have 2,500 square feet in the same subdivision. And we're literally having to go in to search these things out through the tax records and figure out, okay, is that really similar size?
You're preaching to the choir. I understand where you're coming from.
What can we do to change that?
Best advice I can give you in that regard is y'all start sending emails to support@fmls.com. The more people that they hear from in product development about that particular issue, the sooner it'll get fixed. It's the squeaky wheel that gets the oil.
Well, I know you've changed up the format already, so, I mean, there actually is a line on the realist report that says, you know, finished square footage in the basement.
Yeah, and here's what the
square footage
porch
in the
is and
basement,
stuff
But you're
like that.
still having to go back and do all the math.
I know.
To make it work out.
So y'all just send those emails and just be as critical as you want to be. Praise them first. I love Matrix, but, and get that but in there.
Suggestions.
And yeah, here's some suggestions. Okay, now down here at the bottom, let's take a look. We just talked about square footage and how awful that is. But look down here. This says this was the original list price. We know that's not the case because we looked at the history report, right? We know the original list price on this property was $449.9 or something like that. Now, down here in this section, we know that the sale price was $371, and we know that there were $3,000 paid by the homeowner in closing costs, and we know the closing date was April of 2011. So, yeah, we've got a lot of good information to work with here, don't we? Good stuff to know. You got the mindset of the homeowner covered and all that kind of stuff. Okay, back up to the top. Since we know that this went on the market in 2010, how old are these pictures? At least 4 years old, right? So are we going to be able to take a look at condition? No, not as it applies to these photos at least. So, but sometimes maybe you can. But at least having them, you'll be able to know about the layout of the house. And maybe if you're concerned and can't quite tell from the bird's eye view on a map about the lot itself, you may be able to, come down here and look at the gallery and just scoot right on out to pictures of the backyard, if there are any, for the property, and tell from these photos whether or not it's a nice level lot and things like that, okay? This is stuff you probably already knew, just want to make sure you know where to find it in Matrix. It's all there for you. Any questions about that part? Okay. So we've got that done. And we can move on over. That's the research on the subject property. I'm going to move you over now to page 20. We're going to go ahead and put together that quick CMA report. It's a one-page report, really easy to do. And we'll take a look at the information that's there. It's not one of my favorites. But even the trainers, we have differences of opinions about how helpful this one-page CMA report can be. What we need to do first, though, is search for our comps, right? To be able to create any CMA report, we've got to have comparable properties. So we're just going to hover over search and click on residential. Everybody knows that attached and detached properties are now together in one big database. And you know how to handle it. You'll just check the box right here. Do I want to search for detached properties or condos? You just check the box. The nice thing is you can search for both at the same time. That's the plus there. All right, so we're looking for single family homes. And we can talk about this a little bit. This is another place where a lot of agents will have different opinions about what you should include in your CMA reports. I'm going to check active, obviously. Don't you think your client, your homeowner needs to see their competition? Absolutely. So we're going to include active properties. I'm also going to include contingencies. Somebody tell me why I'm including contingencies.
You want to show them the contract.
Yeah, the list price was good enough to get this property to the contingency stage, right? So it was a good list price, obviously. I'm going to choose pending for the same reason. This property went to the pending stage from that list price, so it must have been a good one. We'll look at that one. Then I'm going to include solds. Now, you'll notice when I checked all those boxes, by default, you're looking 6 months back. That's done for you by default. Yay, that's just, something we didn't have in Fusion. You were looking at 8 years worth, and you had to go down to that closing date and say, no, I need 6 months back instead of 8 years. So you can, if you need to, go farther back. If I wanted to go a whole year back for solds, I can just click right in here and replace 180 with 365, and I'm looking at 12 months back instead of 6. So whatever you need to do, covered in that little box. And now let's put in a subdivision. This property is in Chattahoochee River Club. So we're going to fill in that. And then it has 5 bedrooms. So I'm going to put in 5. It has 4 full baths. I'm going to put in 4 there. And I've got 10 matches. So 10 properties I can use as comparables for this report that I'm about to create. I'm going to move on over to results now and take a look at them. Choose the ones that are the best comps that I can pull. Yes.
Okay, under the subdivision, because sometimes agents misspell things.
No.
Is there a capability just to type in CHAT? We used to be able to put it in.
Yes, and it's back. I'm so glad to hear you say that. That was something that we didn't have when I was here last. We've got a wild card back again. Didn't have it in Fusion. We had it in First Connection.
Sometimes we don't really subdivision either. Right, what other parameters did you use? You said you only came up with 10.
I had,
She put in the bedrooms and baths.
5 and 4. Your wild card character in First Connection was the percent sign. It's the asterisk in Matrix. And we've got an extra one in Matrix that we didn't have in First Connection, which is an exclamation point, which will let you exclude some verbiage in a subdivision name. So I can show you where to go to find a little cheat sheet on it, how to use them. It's exciting.
The asterisk is just for the neighborhood names.
No, it's for anything.
It's for any
Street name.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. Awesome.
It says, everybody understand what a wild card is and what a boon it is for y'all? Here's an example for you. In Dunwoody, there's a neighborhood that's called Mount Vernon Woods. Now, there is an FMLS rule that's supposed to cover this for y'all, but not everybody follows the rules. We all know that. The FMLS rule says don't abbreviate anything unless that abbreviation is the accepted spelling of a street name or a subdivision. Now, we know that you have to abbreviate stuff in your public remarks. That's okay. But really, when you're putting in a street name or a subdivision name, you're not supposed to abbreviate anything, but people do. So, for Mount Vernon Woods, some listing agents are going to put in MOUNT Vernon Woods, as they should. That's what you see when you drive into the place. Other agents are going to put what? MT Vernon Woods. And unless you know they do that, you're going to be missing properties depending on how you type it in, right? But with the wild card, you can go to the subdivision field or a street name field and put M, asterisk, and T, and you'll find MOUNT or MT. And what this lady was talking about was if you don't know exactly how to spell Chattahoochee, and I didn't, practice that one. You could go in and put CHATT asterisk and not worry about the rest.
Can you put the asterisk in front? And like, the neighborhood, the whatever, you can asterisk, then whatever.
Yeah. And here's another one. Some subdivisions have point as part of the subdivision name. Is it spelled, is there an E on the end or not? Oh no, put POINT asterisk and you'll get whatever is out there. Here's another one, Virginia Highlands. That's not the name of the area of our city, is it? It is Virginia Highland with no S on the end. But there are a bunch of agents out there who put their listings in with the S on the end. So if you're one of those people and you're searching Virginia Highlands, you're missing some listings. But if you just put Virginia Highland, you're still missing some listings. So just put Virginia Highland asterisk, and you're gonna find them all.
But in your case, you typed the whole name out, so wouldn't it be better just to use the wild card so that you're making sure for the people that misspelled it, you're still getting those properties too?
Absolutely. Okay, but I didn't, so it's okay if I don't go back and check?
Yes.
Yes.
You have my permission.
She is in control. All these agents are smart.
I know. Okay, so let's take a look, and we're just going to choose some, y'all. They're not going to be perfect today, but your mind has made that leap, okay? So don't in 10 minutes go, oh, but this one doesn't have a full finished basement. I know. I'm just trying to save you some time. They're pretty close. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So we're going to check all of these active properties, right? Because that's the competition. How many of y'all take your homeowners or your listing clients to view the active properties?
I do.
I think you're smart too. I really do. Especially if you've got a messy housekeeper. Let them walk into the door of a property that is pristine and kept well and staged for showing. It makes an instant impression, doesn't it? Okay, we've got one that's pending, $399,900. That list price got this property to the pending stage. We're going to use that one. Now we've got several solds here, and the prices run from $510,000 down to $430,000. We would need, in real life, we would look at all of these. Why is this one listed so low? I think I did take a look at this one, and it said something about you have to fill in this short sale approval thing, and I went, oh, okay, that's why this one is listed so low. We're not going to do that part of the job today. Is that okay with everybody? We're just going to choose all of these solds except that last one that's listed so low, and these are the properties we're going to use for our CMA report. Is that good?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so now on the button bar at the bottom, this is where you're going to find your CMA buttons. So we're going to come to Quick CMA first, look at that report. And here's our next step, is to go just to the great, big, beautiful CMA report. Quick CMA comes first, though, so let's click on that. This is what you're going to get. Doesn't take it long to load. And this is very much like the Quick CMA report that you have in Fusion. How many of y'all are using that?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so it's pretty much the same thing. However, I'm going to show you that down here, this little, and you'll notice this is a 2-page report, too. And whether or not it's 2 pages is really going to depend on how many comps you're using. So on the second page of this report, it has just some quick statistics. It's going to show you minimum, maximum, average, and median numbers for list prices and sale prices for all the properties that you chose to use as comps, the active ones as well as the sold ones. So keep that in mind here, okay? List price and sale price. And now back to page 1. You're going to have, as you know, separate sections for each of the property statuses that you chose, pendings, contingencies, and so forth. We only had one pending, but here are our active properties, so they're all listed right here together. Yay. That's kind of nice for your homeowner to be able to see, here's your competition. And then here's the pending property, and here's the sold. The good information on the solds falls in right out here. Not only do you see the original list price and the current list price, or the list price at the sale, you'll see closing costs paid by seller. Isn't that important to know? So what does that do to the sale price of the property? That much, doesn't it? Yes. So good to know. Here's your sold price. Here's your sale price to original list price ratio and total days on market. This is good information too. You got to have conversation with some homeowners about, yeah, we can price it a little higher. do you have time to leave it on the market, right? And then you can start talking about those numbers over there and how they apply to original list price and price reductions and that kind of stuff.
When that's going back and pulling dates on the market or the original list price, is it going back through the history, or is it just going under that particular?
Yeah,
list?
history.
That list, great.
History.
Okay.
Yeah, every occurrence of the address of the property in our database. Yeah. So there, I think on the other report, didn't we have a column that was DOM, days on market, and total days on market? I think we did on that old report. So, maybe we should get that back.
Is that the quick one, or is that the?
This is the quick one.
I guess I'm total blank screens, I don't know why.
You got a couple of blank screens?
I've got a blank screen, and you guys got some blank screens.
Yeah, and it's like, once we go to the quick CMA, I just get a total blank screen and never.
Can you back up on how exactly you got there?
Yeah, sure.
So it just clicked on CMA and it generated.
No, quick CMA.
Yeah, just click on this quick CMA button. Okay, hold on, folks. How many of you who are getting the white screens are using an Apple? I know you are. So
We're bogging it down.
Yeah, I just got it. It's
Okay,
set up.
so some of it has to do with the wireless in this room.
No.
The bandwidth gets stretched pretty
Change your
thin.
hotspot.
I'm sorry?
You've got your hotspot.
Yeah, I've got my hotspot running up here. Okay, so that's the report, folks. This section right down here, you've got minimum, maximum, and average values in this section right here. So on the solds, the average sale price for the 4 properties we're using as comps was that needs to be a little bit bigger for my eyes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I should have done that earlier. Y'all just holler at me.
I can't see close. Honey, I have some bigger too.
Oops.
And then it-
You want a little bit bigger still?
How do you do that?
Oh, well, I'm in a PDF file right now, so right up here, there's plus and minus. Okay, got it right up here. I was at 60%, so no wonder I couldn't move it. So our average sale price of the 4 sold properties was $468,750. But look at the average closing costs paid by seller, column 2. I'm just going to keep going. Don't forget that there are closing costs paid by seller. You need to consider that, don't you? Don't forget that this column right here does not back out those closing costs, okay? Doesn't happen. You need to realize that and point that out. If you're going to give this report to a homeowner, you need to point that out to them. Oh, look, this property, $8,000 in closing costs were paid by the seller. So that changes this sale price from $510,000 to $502,000, doesn't it? So that math does not happen on this report. I'll show you how the great big awesome CMA report takes care of that for you, so you don't have to worry about it so much. Okay. Any questions about this? It's just pretty straightforward. Good to go? All right, I'm going to close it. Now, here's the thing I'm just going to throw out there for you. And this program is going to open a whole bunch of stuff, not just the CMA report, in a new window. So if you're not comfortable working with Windows, it can be kind of scary. You're thinking, oh, if I click on this big red X up here, what's going to happen? It could, be careful. What you need to watch in Matrix is this little line right here. I started on the FMLS.com homepage. This is my first window that's open. Then I open the Matrix window. So if I click right here, I'm back in Matrix. This last window is the quick CMA report. This is the window that I want to close. So I'm going to be looking for this X right here rather than that great big red one in the far upper right-hand corner of the screen. So y'all kind of get used to doing that, and then you won't lose the wrong screen while you're working in Matrix. That can be a little scary. So I'm just going to close that, and I'm back to these properties that I had chosen as comps. We're going to use the same comps for our great big CMA report. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, let me look at the time. We started at noon, and it's
We started at 12:15.
Yeah. We're going to get started on this big CMA report. Y'all can wait another 15 or 20 minutes for your break. Okay, good. So, using the same properties, like we said, I'm going to come now to the Actions button bar and click on this CMA button right here. That's gonna start the software for us to create this great, big, wonderful CMA report. Now, here's the bad part right now, and those of you who know me for a while know that if I just kind of call it as I see it, even if it's not company line always. Right now, we don't have anywhere for you all to look at these pages to see what they look like before we just ask you to choose them and include them in your CMA report. Oh, yeah.
That's nice.
Isn't it? Just. So the plan is right now to have a place on our website that will give you an example of every single one of the pages. I don't think that page is ready to go on the website yet. So if you're working along with me today, we're going to put every page that's available to you in the CMA. And at least that way you can go back later and look at them and decide, I like this page, I don't like this page, I like this page, I like this page, but not this one. You'll at least be able to look at them. And I printed mine out so that I could remember without having to open a PDF file or something. So.
Are they labeled anyway on the pages?
Yeah.
So you know what it is?
Yeah, and this is one of the steps that we're about to go through. So we're in a kind of a wizard-like place now. So we're just going to move through all the tabs you see at the top of the screen. We're on pages is the first one, but before we choose our pages, we need to create a client. All right. So if your client is already in your list of contacts, all you have to do is use the drop-down list and choose their name from the list. That's easy. If you have not yet put that person into Matrix as a contact, all you have to do is what? Create a new contact. So I'm just going to click on this little link, and 3 required fields, first name, last name, and an email address. The rest you can come back and do some other time. And there's a lot of places where you can add phone numbers and email addresses and stuff like that if you click on show all fields. We're not going to do that today. I'm just going to put in Daniel Craig. Everybody knows who that is, right? And I'm going to make up an email address. He's going to be Daniel Craig at yahoo.com. I used his name the other day and a lady said, oh, you should put hotmail.com. But that was her joke, not mine, so I'm not going to steal it. All right, so we've got him in. Now I'm just going to click on save, and his name is in here.
Before you move on, the enable reverse prospecting at the top, that's for us to see.
That's a great question. Reverse prospecting will include that person's name in a list for listing agents. If, and only if, you have created a search for Daniel Craig and saved it under his name.
Okay, so we just did a search, but we pulled all these.
Yeah, but so that was just a search for comps.
So their name won't be populated in the comps?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
That was my question.
Yeah.
So to keep that clipped most of the time, is that what you do? Or not?
That is a personal preference. I do. Let me explain to everyone. Does everybody understand how reverse prospecting works? This is kind of a gray area for a lot of people. All right. Reverse prospecting is a listing agent's tool. So if you have a listing in our database right now, you can go out to your listing and ask FMLS, say, give me a list of buyer's agents who have saved a search and that search criteria matches my listing. So it will give you a list of agents' names. We will never give a listing agent your buyer's name. Not going to happen. We'll give them your name and your phone number and your email address. So if you decide to participate in reverse prospecting as the buyer's agent, you can probably expect to get some phone calls or emails from listing agents saying, have you shown your buyer my property? You're not going to be inundated with them because not everybody participates. But you can expect to get a couple of emails, a couple of phone calls. If you don't want to participate in reverse prospecting, uncheck the box. And then you won't get those phone calls. We're just trying to match buyers and sellers. And I've been with FMLS for 5 years. I have had maybe 3 people in that 5 years in classroom environments like this tell me that's the way I found the buyer for my listing. 3. So, yeah, it's not something that's going to work every single time, but from time to time, you may find a perfect buyer for your home. A lot of people tell me this, and this is probably a majority of people tell me, I don't want to get the emails and the phone calls. That's up to you. It's not something that we require. Just think about it. Okay. Now down under, you can put in a description here, you know, you can say, you know, Daniel thinks this house is worth $50,000 more than it really is. But just be careful putting notes like that anywhere. So you all kind of know what I'm talking about. If it gets, and Daniel really shouldn't have any way of seeing that comment, but what if, right? So be nice when you're making comments. This could be, you know, just a reminder to you, this house has 5 bedrooms, 4 full baths, or whatever. Or you can leave it blank, which is what we're going to do today. Now down here it tells you when we finish making this CMA report, we're going to save it for you for 180 days. That's 6 months. Automatically do that. You don't even have to ask us to, really. It's just done. It'll be out there waiting for you in case your client calls you and says something's come up. We're not going to list our property right now. You'll still have your CMA report out there and just be able to pull in some new comps when they are ready to put it on the market. All right. Any questions about this page? Is pretty easy. So now we're going to come up here to this row of little buttons up here and move all the way through. And when we get to the last one, we will have created the CMA report. So we're going to look at the pages first. Click on pages with me if you're working along. I'm going to have on my screen an extra folder that you don't have. I've already created a custom page. You'll be able to add your own custom pages as you go through. Then you've got several other folders of pages. And these folders are just set up to keep like pages together. So cover pages, if you pop that open, you've got 2 choices. I can show you that. No, I didn't because I don't like the other one. This is one of your cover pages. I don't know if you can see from where you are right now, but picture of the house, your information down here. As a background behind all that information, there's what appears to be a blueprint. It just is kind of a nice little graphic just to make it look a little bit more polished and professional. So that is what you will get if you choose cover sheet with a photo. If you choose the other cover sheet, you're going to get the picture of the house, your information down here, you know, subject, property address, and prepared by you and prepared for Daniel Craig. And the background will be white. No cute little blueprint kind of graphic in the background. So those are your 2 choices there. We're going to go ahead and click on both of them, just so you'll have it later. All you have to do is click on it and see how it put it over there in that section that says selected pages. So they're over there. Now, this is just a personal preference for me. When I'm finished with a section, I go ahead and close it so that my list doesn't get so long that I'm scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. So I'm going to be choosing pages and closing that folder and opening another one. So here we go. Subject and adjustment pages. There's a summary list. That's just going to, you know, put a list of all the comps you chose for this particular report, and price adjustment pages. So I'm going to, again, put everything out there for now. Comparables, lots of these. I'm going to use all of them. Some of these charts I love. We'll look at them in a little bit. CMA brief, pro report. Y'all, that pro report is about 7 or 8 pages long. So you're going to need to look at all these pages and decide which ones you want to use and which ones you don't. And then there's pricing recommendation. You have to include this page in order to have a place to say your property should be listed at this much money. And this page is such a disappointment to me. I'm going to be embarrassed to show it to you in a minute, but this is what we're working with. So that's the comps, static stuff. A lot of choices here. Again, we're going to choose them all, but my thoughts on some of this, you have several several pages that talk about getting the price set correctly from the beginning. And most of them look at it from this negative point of view, which I'm just kind of a positive kind of gal. So why put a page in there assuming that your homeowner is gonna wanna price the property too high. Let's talk about pricing the property in a positive kind of way. So you see this one, effect of overpricing. Does that sound negative to you? It does to me. And then there's one, importance of pricing. Better. Setting the price. Better. Pitfalls of overpricing. Really? Do you want to choose that page?
Send that to them after 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. With an I told you so notice. Yeah. Where the commission goes, sources of buyers, steps to a positive showing. I like to include this, what it takes to show. That's another one of those positive kind of things. I know I'm going to get this listing, so let's just get started on some of this stuff. That's a positive kind of attitude. Let's just throw all those in there. My guarantee to you, my guarantee to you, if you don't want to use that one, if you have one of your own, down at the bottom down here, I'm going to show you how you can add your own pages. So we've chosen all those static pages just so we can look at them. And then under map, there's just one map that just pins all of your comps on the map. I think that's a good idea so that your homeowner sees how close they are to their own property. Now, my custom pages, I have this photo that you don't have yet simply because you've not uploaded a custom page. I uploaded one that says, why use a realtor? Hopefully, y'all are prepared to fight that battle. Because that's one of the first questions they ask, right? Will you reduce your commission? No. There you go. No. Have your argument ready, folks. And so I've got this little document I used to use all the time. Why use a realtor? 10 reasons why I'm worth my money. And I believe y'all are. I know how hard you work. And you know how much education you have. You know your market. Gosh, you don't want to reduce your commission? You're worth every penny. So practice on your spouse. You know, sit down with your husband and say, just fight with me about commission. And you'll get good at it and win. So that's what I uploaded. But down here, what does yours say? It says, does it say upload custom pages? Yep. Yeah, it'll change to manage custom pages once you get one out there. When you click on that link, here's what's going to happen. It's working. There we go. You'll be able to come here. There's a browse button and locate your document on your computer. Once you get it up there, you'll just be able to say upload it with this button and boom. It'll be in your folder that says My Custom Pages, okay? Easy enough. Let me give you a couple of ideas on how to use this stuff. You work for a great company, and you've got some great collateral pieces around here, right? And I bet you can go to somebody in this office and get a PDF version of those collateral pieces. And you do have to upload a PDF file. I bet you can get it from your office manager or somebody in PDF format and have it include it in your CMA. You put in your agent profile where you pat yourself on the back. This is the time to do it. Nobody else is going to. You know, I've got this much experience and I was #1 in my office for units listed, whatever. Pat yourself on the back and then back up all that with here's my company. And here's what my company brings to the table too, whether it's a relocation department or an exceptional marketing person in your office. Talk about it. That may be the difference in you getting the listing and not, right? And you see how easy it is to add those pages in. Just come right here, browse, find them, boom. It becomes part of your CMA report, and it's going to have see how all these little pages have the header and footer. It'll fit right in there with the header and footer, and it's custom made then. All right, I'm not going to include mine, but now you know how to do it. Anybody have any questions about that part? Okay, I'm going to cancel. And that's it for pages. We've chosen all our pages. Before I leave this and go to the next step, down here at the bottom, if you've got the pages over here on the right that you love, these are the pages that you're going to want to use for every single CMA that you do. There's a button right here that says, set this as my default. Then the next time you come in here to do a CMA, you don't have to choose them. It's already done. They'll be there for you. So isn't that nice? So you can choose set as default. And if you get a list out there and you think, oh my gosh, why did I choose that list? Just click on Restore Defaults and start again. You don't ever kind of chisel anything in stone here. And you can come here and move these pages and get them in any order. So I'm gonna move my CMA map right up to the top, right after the cover sheet, just so my client will see where the competition is, where the comps are, right at the beginning. So you can move the pages around whatever order you like using these buttons on the right. If you've got one in here that you don't want to use, just click to highlight it, and then there's an X button that will take it out of your list. Good? Okay, let's go to the next step. We'll cover this step, and then we'll take a quick break. All right, subject property. This one just makes me chuckle because I used to, when I was doing the CMAs in Fusion, you'd get to that subject property page and you had to type everything in, you remember? 5 bedrooms, 4 full baths, and all that. And I thought, I just found this property in the database. Why can't you pull the data out of the database? Hello? But you couldn't. But you can in Matrix. So yeah, if you're keeping a plus and minus sign on Matrix, that's a big plus, isn't it? Yeah. So got a couple of choices here. Number 1, type in the subject property fields manually. No. Or enter the FMLS number. What if you forgot to write down the FMLS number? No big deal. You can just go search for it again, find it, and there'll be a button that says fill it in. So easy, easy. I did remember to write down our FMLS number here. So find my page that we're on. This is on page 28. Here's our FMLS number. So I'm going to type in 4143557 and click on this great little button that says fill. And then when it comes to this page, look at this stuff, folks. Yay, I have to hear some oohs and ahs there. That's a big deal, right?
So that's what they sold before, is the reason why.
Yeah. That's right, because we found that property in the FMLS database. It has the data. So we just ask it to bring it right in. Now, down the left-hand side, I'm coming to that part. Yeah. Coming down the left-hand side, this is just pure hard listing data. Bedrooms, bathrooms, garage, basement, that kind of stuff. Now, down here at the bottom, I want to point something out to you. Custom fields. I already have mine set up. You guys who are working with me might want to go ahead and do this as we talk.
What was the FMLS number?
Oh, that's okay. It's 4143557. Okay. Now, down here at the bottom, custom fields. I've got cost paid by seller here. That's because 9 times out of 10, you're going to have at least one sold property for your CMA that has some closing costs paid by seller, and you want the program to back those costs out of the sold price, don't you? So go ahead and get this done, and then you'll be able to save it as a default and not have to add it every time. So what you're going to do is this. You're going to come here and click on the pick list and find closing costs paid by seller. So you'll just look for it in the list. It's alphabetized. Oh, the first thing you're going to do is click the box that says link it to a matrix field so we can pull that money out of the data that we have in our database. So did everybody check that box? Great. Then you can click it down here and just type closing cost, or let's type cost. I think it's cost paid by seller. Just type cost paid by seller. Be sure to choose the one that does not have the Y/N. Otherwise, you're going to get yes or no information instead of an amount. Okay, so this is the one you want to choose. And then you'll click OK, and it's going to add it to your list just like you see mine. And that little link right there, that chain link, just means that now we're able to pull out that closing cost amount and back it out of the price of the property for you. Good? Now,
Is there a way to set that as a default to that?
Yes. If you've gotten yours in place now, right here is a little link that says save. This custom field is the default for me. So go ahead and click on that link. And the next time you get ready to do a CMA, it'll be there for you. And your question in the back was? Down here at the bottom? Do you have a scroll bar over on the right-hand side?
Percentage is too high.
Yeah, that's probably good. Look up here. Yeah, you may need to come to your, the settings for your browser, and come down to about 100%, 125%. Are you using IE, or are you a Chrome user? Chrome, I'm not sure, because
Well,
I'm
maybe
using.
she didn't click that link box.
It's this little gear up here for IE, I know that. And I've got mine set at 100, so that may be why it's not working for you. We'll take a look at it, and I'll do what I can to figure it out. Okay, over on the right-hand side now. Property photo. When it pulled in all this listing data, it also pulled in the photo from that listing. Who does this photo belong to? It belongs to the person who took it. Doesn't belong to FMLS. It belongs to the previous listing agent. Now, if that listing agent finds out that you've used her photo or his photo, they can sue you.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Be careful. I mean, what are the odds? But if it were going to happen, it would happen to me. So I'm not going to do it. I'm going to come right here and say, clear this photo out. So I'm going to clear here and then come and browse and find, I'm going to do a drive-by, get my own picture. I'm going to use this one.
So, how can they prove that you used their photo?
Well, it would be pretty hard for you to get
Exactly
the same picture, shadows and everything, yeah.
That is a board person who sued your.
That's true. Did everybody hear that comment over on the left-hand side of the room? Don't know your name, I'm sorry. Teresa. Teresa said, you're gonna wanna get a seasonal picture anyway. Right. Right? I mean, this is the dead of winter. You think we're gonna see a whole lot of green grass in January? No. So I believe that you probably change your pictures. I did. As the trees start budding out and looking beautiful, yeah. I think it's an important thing to do. All right. So y'all, sometimes I know you don't have time to do a drive-by, do you? Not always. So what are a couple other ways you can find a picture that'll just have to do if you don't have time? Google Maps, yes. I mean, that is public domain. Grab that little guy, turn him around, screenshot, you got it. Here's another place you can go. You have a license for this program, Realist. You're usually going to find a picture of this property in the Realist database. It may not be the best one, but you've got a license to use that program, so just copy it, put it in here if you don't have time to do anything else. But y'all, whatever picture is here is going to go
right there. But if you're going after a listing, it's worth your time to go back.
Absolutely, absolutely. This makes you look good from the get-go, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you don't have one, you know what this says? Photo not available. How good does that make you look?
Not
Okay. Point made. We'll keep moving. Now, remarks. Y'all, right here, these are the public remarks from the previous agent. A lot of listing secretaries will put their data in this way, all uppercase letters. What does it mean? I'm screaming at you. So, I don't know, it's harder to read. So you might want to consider either just changing this to a combination of upper and lowercase letters, or write your own. Read it, certainly, because the previous agent may not have your skills with the English language. Yeah. Okay. Now, here's a neat thing. Look at this last thing, and then I'm going to let you, oh, don't forget, you can check the spelling. Please do that.
Cool.
Yeah. Nice. Map location. If you want to make sure this property is pinned correctly, it's an issue. We know it is. So you can just come right here and say, locate the property on a map. You'll type in the address again. Was it 4195 River Club, Cumming, 300 41, thank you. And I'm going to say locate it, and it'll, okay, did I type?
There are too many zeros.
Oh, thank you. No wonder. Okay. There it is. Now, it has made sure the pin is in the right place, and it is checking latitude and longitude to make sure that pin winds up in the same place, so that when it says, when I say done, it'll change. See how it changed that latitude and longitude? I mean, got it really specific when I said locate it. So now when this property is pinned on a report in your CMA report. It'll be pinned correctly. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's.
Okay? All right, that's it for this page. The next one is the cover page. We've already been here. Daniel Craig, I'm going to just retype the address of this property, River Club Drive, and it is incoming 30041. Phone number, I'm just going to go ahead and make up a phone number. Check your information one more time to make sure you remember when we set up our cover page. You should have covered all that then. Check it one more time, just to make sure you got it right. And that's all there is for this step. So when we come back from break, we're going to take a look at the comps, and I'm going to show you some of the neatest stuff. So it is 1:40. Meet me back in here at 5 minutes till 2. We'll try to scurry on through the rest of this stuff. You liking it pretty good so far? Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna get some coffee. Do you want any coffee?
No, thank you, though. Appreciate it.
We already ate ours. I like the
Oh, and also you're probably going to, sorry,
After you give them that.
barely
You know what I mean? I would feel like, you know.
Yeah, you know, I got it. Already used it.
Really?
Yeah, you.
You ever had time to set it up?
No, I said it like. Take it down.
How's everybody doing with this? Is it good information?
There's always a lot to absorb.
It does, because I was doing this. Mine is new, so I'm learning the computer too at the same time.
Oh, you're a computer?
Yeah.
Buddy, you know what?
cheese.
It'll probably be thrown away if you don't.
I'm just gonna take pepperoni.
You don't like pepperoni?
Yes. Where'd you go? We went to,
I like Denmark.
And, Catherine Kate, by,
I like holiday better than.
oh, yeah.
You look at all my seats.
Yeah.
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 Uh-oh, I do that all the time. Send notes, say, sorry, butt call.
She just called in.
Go back to recent and see if it shows if it was an incoming or outgoing.
I have a question for you. Yes, I mean, this actually seems not too bad now that I've kind of gotten into it. So in Fusion, we have searches set up that get sent to our discussion customers. Okay, they're located in London. So I'm assuming it can do the same thing. It's going to generate the same type of report. We'll look at our full, all of our holes and all that kind of stuff.
That looks like that.
It looks really different.
Okay.
They'll get the same, they'll get the same property information. It's just gonna look really different. Yeah.
So should I let them know it's going to be different and maybe?
I would let them continue to use what you've got set up for them. Fusion's gonna continue to run.
Okay.
So I just let them keep using that until they either say, I'm through looking for now, or we come to you and say, we're gonna have to turn Fusion on.
Okay.
And then change them.
Okay, so just keep it.
Let me just show you real quick what it's gonna
Here's
look
the
like.
deal. Because to me, I'm a person like James Hurt. You know,
Oh,
because
yeah.
I'm so type A, and I know they are too, so I don't want to be like.
I don't think you wanna go there. So, let me just show what one will look like in Matrix.
She's 31.
I hate to ask you when you're like, I'm
No, I'm fine. I really am. Okay, so this is Madison Matrix. I set her up just to show people. So when I send her properties, this is what she's gonna get, this email, you know, you've got new properties out there, click to view them. This is what it's
Oh,
gonna
I
look
know who
like.
she,
And
so I know who
entirely
she
different.
is, yeah.
The first time they look here, they land on this page.
Okay.
So they'll see the property the search that you set up for them. They'll be able to create their own searches if they want to. And then as you trade notes back and forth, they all, isn't this great?
Yeah.
I love this part better. They all collect in one place instead of you having to look at every property. Did I miss a note they sent me? They're all
I
gonna
like
show.
that.
Yeah, I do too. Then when they start looking at properties, they can either come here and click,
Yeah, that's
or
a real good
right
tip.
here to the
A really good
properties tab.
So yeah, I'm sure
So this is all that was in her search for say today.
Oh, forever, as long as
It's
it's
like
been
our
running.
place
So
tab.
just
Okay,
accumulate
I know
it.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
now, lots of different ways they can look at it. Right now, they're looking at a list, single line, but they can look at the buyer full report
Okay.
and then be able to, and this is the one everybody's gonna wind up on, right? there.
Right,
This is where all the information is.
Yeah.
So now they'll just be able to flip through here,
But we're our
and all the
time.
pictures are here. So they can flip through those.
Okay.
And then they can come right here and say this one is
And
a
how many
favorite,
points did we take that?
We
or a
want
possibility,
1, 2, 3.
or a reject, and I can make a note. I don't like this one because I don't like Tudor or whatever. And when they add a note, you'll see it in this little list. It's right up here. So it's.
And it will take the ones out that they took out,
Mhm.
and they'll put a little heart by the favorite.
Yeah, and here's where they can go and look at it.
No.
There are 11 favorites, there are 8 possibilities, and there are all the rejects. So they can always come back right here and just look at their favorites.
Okay.
I was
So
gonna show it to Dawn.
It's the same information, it's really just formatted so differently.
Okay.
And
So
that
for
is
some reason I didn't.
the sticky part for your clients, right?
Oh, they want a nice
I mean,
one.
I'm used to this contact website thing, and I know
Right.
exactly where to click, and so don't mess with me.
And what happens with them is they have some sort of program that when they're sent each of the different, because we have to do numerous because there's way too many houses
You know what, have you
for
had
each
any
one, and they can only pull so many, so they like, pulls it out, puts it into a spreadsheet.
Cool.
Yeah, so that sounds like, oh, I don't wanna like.
And until I tested that here, I wouldn't want to do that to them.
Yeah.
Oh, they would hate me.
Yeah. So I was doing them.
I would let sleeping dogs lie. Exactly.
Thank you.
No, I never got it. And so what we did for New Year's was take care of sick people. We're very excited. The 3-year-old and my husband were sick, so they went to bed early, and then my 10-year-old and myself stayed up and watched Dick Clark's Rocky New Year, and we ate headboards, and we bought the Sprites out of the glass bottles, and we drank Old School Sprites.
Oh, how cute is that?
and she thought she was the cat's meow because we were up until
Yeah, that was a big deal.
oh, it was a huge deal. We danced a little, and I'm like, okay, mom's gonna. Really?
So I think that's helps. I think that helps with vacant. That condo he wants to.
Oh. Did you get?
Oh, no, I got that. Not that one. The one that we brought.
I told y'all.
That's what, I think I'm gonna get some coffee too.
I had to get I'm not glad for you, but you sound like drugs.
Yes,
I believe in I believe in drugs. You know what is it?
Before that, what you take on your listing. I take everything
Like, where did you get that?
For the second sheet.
No, but did you?
No, I always just.
Oh, it's right there. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
No, I didn't. And so.
It's in Gwen.
This one doesn't.
Actually,
Yeah.
actually, because it's kind of small, so you can't figure out.
That's just.
Okay. But she was in the shop. Yeah.
I meant to say that.
Oh, it smells good.
I'm just not used to sitting there so long, you know. I used to.
And having just eaten lunch.
Yeah, I was just. I know, yeah, that's still.
My parents are walking and I was like, yeah.
Well, you're
I'm your age.
Or older.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. I didn't know what.
I would just have a hard time doing this. But I understand you want to have just to see, while I'm taking piano, she's sitting there smoking the whole
Why
time.
don't you get out there? That's the kid. That's
Take it ready for your Michael love. Dragon lady. It sounds. Yeah, so it's very good.
That's all set for designs.
Their number.
Nice.
Are you good?
No. I'm saying
Well, I'll let you.
Here's what happened at night. Till I like really.
We're having a good time. Okay, are you? Nobody's falling asleep. No, not at all. I could think somebody.
Thank you for coming. Oh, I'm so glad to be here. Good, this is great president. I'm back over and over again. Good.
And then I said, one other favor, for some reason they see outside, don't want to go in. Okay.
So I put it upside down.
She can
She would.
No, my solar's running around trying to get ready.
Yes.
Do you have any?
He had these purchases, at least they but not show them what it's down. I wish I was.
Not showing. Trust me, it makes it all better. She doesn't. You can't say that. I had to get so, well, at least I could take one with you. And, you know, Oh my God, so She has to go talk about her neighbors. I turned the shower like this. It was like I turned around the hot water one time. He was ridiculous. And then the guy that I'm going to do, I'm going So I'm like, when I'm done.
Okay, folks, y'all ready to get started again? We are on the comparables tab, creating the CMA report. So these are just the properties that we chose before. You'll notice that the one we didn't choose is not here. So this is really just a stopping place where you can say, you know, maybe I can run out and find find a couple more if I want to. So you can click on one of these buttons. You can, if you know that you put one in somebody's cart, you can run out there and grab it from the cart. This is just an opportunity for you to add another comp or two if you want to. So not going to stay long on this page at all. We don't have to check any of these boxes. These are the ones that we started with, so they are already included in the report. That's the big thing on this one. You don't have to go through and check boxes again. They're already in there. So let's move on over now to the map. There they are. Remember that page that I moved up to the top? This is what it's going to look like. So this is just another, we don't really need to stop here. Adjustments. This is a fun page. This is just so interesting to me. Adjustments. Y'all, this is the sticky part, right? This is great for those times when, this is the hardest part of your job, isn't it? Finding comps for a listing. The hardest thing you do. You never find the right ones, or rarely ever, right? Unless the market's just going crazy like we used to see, but it's the hardest thing that you do. So sometimes you might have to use a 4-bedroom home as a comp for a 5-bedroom home, or a 5-bedroom home as a comp for a 4-bedroom home, or maybe I've got a 5-bedroom, 4-bath home that doesn't have a half bath, and my subject property does. Just sometimes you have to make those choices, right? Just to have some comps. So that's what this page really is all about. So this is one of those places where we can take a little money away if a home has a half bath that the subject property does not have, or we can add a little money if the comp doesn't have as many bedrooms as the subject property. That's what this whole step is about here. It'll back out closing costs and things like that. So I'm going to come here first and just say, let's view this in the detail mode. Then we're going to see every one of the 9 comps. So this is an active comp. So really not much you would need to do on these active ones, except maybe down here at the bottom, you'll notice that you have a little place where you can make some notes here. This is probably a sticky part of your job too. This property is listed at $650,000. Maybe you're already thinking the subject property should be listed at, I don't know, 602 or something.
It's new construction.
Yeah.
It's not
ours.
listing.
Oh, well, is it? Okay. All right.
And our other one's in there too. So.
Okay, then I'm going to move on to another property. Because what I was going to say is not true of this one. I'm saying that now. Okay, so here's one. This one is listed at $565,000. So let's say that you're thinking that the subject property needs to be priced at $500,000. Now your homeowner's going to look at this, and what are they going to say? This is my friend Jane's house. I've been in this house. My house is nicer than hers. I want mine listed at $565,000, right?
Yeah.
And you know that that's never going to happen. But so the deal on this is, on these active ones, you can come down here and say, major kitchen remodel added, whatever, to Jane's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Or, I mean, and y'all know this is true, there are wish and hope and dreaming kind of list prices out there, aren't there? There are listing agents who'll just say, you want to list it at $700? Sure, we'll do it, just to get the listing. So you can type in this box too, in my professional opinion, this property is overpriced. Y'all see it all the time. So don't be afraid to put in, make some notes for yourself and for your homeowner, because not only does it remind you what you need to talk about with your homeowner, it speaks after you leave, because that's going to be stuck in her mind. Jane's property was listed at $565,000 and mine is $502,000. Then she'll come back here and read, oh yeah, my agent says that this property is overpriced and Jane's not going to get the $565,000 anyway. So, all right, so don't forget, you've got boxes down here where you can make notes. Now, let's move on to the sold properties. So that one's inactive, this one is pending, and this one is sold. So I'm going to be looking at this adjustment column over here. This property is exactly the same. Bedrooms, bathrooms, half baths, and no closing costs. So let me move to another one. Hopefully I'll find it.
They are very different.
I'm sure. Okay, let's see.
That's our sale.
541. No closing.
And that was a short sale. Short sale.
Short sale. All right then. Okay, here's one that has 5 bedrooms, 4 full baths, and 2 half baths. I'll say our subject property only has 1 half bath. So we would need to come in this box and say minus however much a half bath is worth, so that these 2 properties wind up being on a level playing field. Does that make sense to everybody? So that's what you can do in these boxes here. Just come in and minus out. There's another one that doesn't have, what are all the ones that had closing costs, y'all? I guess I wound up with none. You can put, back out the closing costs, back out money for that extra bedroom or bathroom. Manually here. Now I'm going to go back and view in single line mode and show you how to do this a little bit more quickly. So over here on this, these are all your actives. At the very top on this gray line is your subject property. So you'll always know, be able to keep that in your line of sight. But then you have the price and an adjusted price here. And on the right-hand side of the screen are all the fields that you can use to compare these 2 properties. So bedrooms, these are all the same. Full baths, all the same. But now here's total half baths. Now our subject property has 1. But look at this one has 1. This one has none. This one has 1, 2. So we need to do some adding and subtracting to get all these properties kind of evened out, right? So in this box, this is just the coolest thing to me. I love this part. In this box up here, I can say a half bath is worth, I don't know. Does anybody know what a half bath is worth in this area? $2,500. Good number. So I'm going to put in that a half bath is worth $2,500. And look what the system does for me.
Oh, yeah.
That is.
Isn't that cool? Yeah. So it's added 2,500 here, and it's subtracted it here because this one had 2 half baths. It automatically does it. Don't you just love that? I think it's so cool. Now, at the very end, I'm just going to scoot out here. You can do this on basements and stuff like, here's cost paid by seller. Now, this is one of those things that we don't have a box because cost paid by seller are going to be different for every deal, right? So it does show you what they are on these properties. So I can come here and say minus 1145 on this one, and minus 8,000 on this one, and minus 5110 on this one. And it's just made those adjustments now to, see over here? So pretty cool. Now, the hardest part of this is, what's the bathroom worth? Or what's the bedroom worth? I can't tell you. If there was a list, we'd give it to you. The company line, right off MLS, is for me to say to you, ask your broker. Your broker probably doesn't know either. So you got to, I don't know. What do you do, right? My suggestion, maybe cultivate a relationship with an appraiser. Then if you take them enough coffee and brownies or whatever, you might feel like you could call them and say, what's a bedroom worth in Cumming? Or what's a bedroom worth in Duluth or wherever? Because it's going to change from area to area, isn't it? That's why we can't give you a list, and it's going to change depending on the market and all that. So this is all about adjusting and getting properties on a level playing field, especially if you're having a hard time finding your comps. Good? Then let's keep moving. Pricing, this is, I'm just, it doesn't look too bad on the screen, but when I show it to you, come on now, my hotspot's just slowed down. There we go. Okay. It doesn't look too bad on the screen here, does it? But let me show you what it looks like. I'm hoping that when we turn that switch, we can create you a better page. This is your pricing recommendation page after you get through typing in here. I wish you could see your face. So where is it?
Exactly.
That is pretty bad. It is pretty bad, isn't it? All this stuff up here is information for you, and you wind up with whatever you type in this box right here is all that goes on this page. It's pathetic. It's just pathetic. I mean, there is a little place down here, if I scroll down, where you can write a note of 250 characters. I don't know what to tell y'all.
But it auto-calculates.
I know. It could be much better. So I've just got maybe a suggestion for you. There is a great pricing page in the Fusion one, right? I might make, just print that page out on the Fusion CMA report and I'm having a hard time.
Upload it?
Pricing.
Into there?
Yeah, I would just print it out and create one myself in Word, save it as a PDF file, and remember how we added pages a while ago? That's what I would do. As soon as we flip the switch, I'm back in product development going, can we change this, please? This is just awful.
Move it up to the next previous page.
This is the page, I know. So, but the good stuff is this, and why not just leave this on there, for Pete's sake, if nothing else. So here's your comparable prices, low, median, average, and high. So the average price here is $482,500. This one gives you a suggested price based on square footage, which is not a bad thing to do sometimes too, right? So this is $447,126 based on square footage. So you got a couple of data points here. And in spite of the fact that you wind up with this crummy page, it's good information for you here. So think about creating one of your own in Word, save it real quickly and upload it as a PDF file and get rid of this one. Let's see, what else can I tell you about this page? It's just so sad to me. Don't just grab these numbers and think, well, this is what FMLS says this property should be listed at. No. This is not the gospel according to FMLS, folks. This is just an average number based on the comps that you chose. So if you've got really good comps, it's probably a pretty good number. If, however, you had to do some adjusting and the comps weren't real good, the square footage was off and some of whatever, you need to add your knowledge to what the numbers are here. And consider things like location, condition, right? So you may need to subtract even more from some of these numbers because of the location of the property. You're professionals. You know that needs to be done. And there's not a single step in the CMA where you can say to the program, this property sits on a corner of a very busy intersection, reduce the price for me accordingly. It's not in here. But y'all know that needs to be done, right?
Finish levels could be 50, 60, $70,000.
Plus the county record for Forsyth is so bad.
Yeah,
So I'm
not just Forsyth, but
Everywhere.
everywhere.
Can you save it at this point, then go back and add that page?
Yes. Did everybody hear the question at the front? When I said, just create one of your own and upload it? Yes, you can save it at this point.
How do you save it?
The last, see the little,
Yeah,
the little disc out here?
Oh,
That'll let you save it, and then you can come back to it and finish it up.
okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you get this far, take a look at these numbers, then run out to Word or wherever, or Excel, wherever you want to do this. Create your own pricing page, save it as a PDF file, and then go back to step one, which is pages, and upload it.
So it doesn't even say how many properties were used to calculate the price per square footage.
It says 9.
No, but
Well-
not all 9 listings will have that, because sometimes it says check county records and
That's
has
true.
no number at all. So how many?
Well, I think what it does here for square footage, if it says 0, that's the number they use in the average.
Is
That's
there no
it, I
way
know.
to adjust that?
I know,
On your comp?
I'm sorry, say again?
If you have like your comparables, can you not go into the individual comparable property and adjust that square footage? If
Yeah.
you took the time to look it up and put
Yeah.
it in there.
You can do that, absolutely. Okay, so disappointment, I know, and I'm sorry. Maybe we'll be able to make, I told you, didn't I? Maybe we'll be able to make it better for you, but hopefully my suggestion will get you through until such time as we can create a better page. That's what it is. Okay, now I'm going to click on finish. And here we go. I can now view the CMA as it will look in its final version. I can email it to my client. Here are the pages that I use. Here are the comps. I had 4 active, 1 pending, 4 sold. There's a picture, and I'm kind of done at this part.
Can you pull up what the comparables actually look like? Do they have the pictures and all of that in one?
Yeah, why don't I just go ahead and click on view the CMA here. We'll take a look at it.
Yeah, since there's nothing on paper.
Yeah,
that we
nothing on
can see.
paper for you to look at, that's for
But
sure.
if each one of the comps have a picture, then are we in trouble using those photos?
No. No,
No, that's on the list.
because it's property data at that point.
You just couldn't use.
You just can't use the subject property one.
Yep.
Even though you're not using it.
Because you're actively seeking business but for that property, and the others are not. Okay, so folks, here's what these pages are gonna look like. I'm gonna just kind of zoom way out so you can see the whole piece of paper. This is the cover sheet without that cute little blueprint kind of thing behind it. So let me, now you can see the difference. There's the blueprint. So those are your 2 choices for cover sheets. That's the map. This is the comps, list of comps. And here are price adjustments, and you'll see those. There's an adjustment column right here. So there will be several of these pages. On every page, the first column will be your subject property, followed by 2 columns of comps. So let's just keep scrolling through here. Now, some of these charts I really like. This one talks about total days on market. This is list prices and sale prices. Don't you love this chart too? You know? I do too. Some of them are really great. Brief summary of compared listings. And then the CMA Pro report. This gets really long. So think about whether or not you want to use this one, because you're going to be printing this stuff out probably, right? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pages, 8 pages, 9 pages of CMA Pro report. And here's that great price recommendation page. Don't we love it? And then activity versus timing. This helps you talk to your to those. I do too. This is great, isn't it? Because those clients that we say to you, why don't we try it at this price for a couple of weeks and see what happens? And you know why that's a huge mistake, and this kind of explains it to them, right? And helps you fight that battle and get it over with. And then this one, my guarantee to you, you know, if you don't like this, create your own or don't use one at all. Up to you. It's customizable, as you know. Effective overpricing. This is not one of my favorites. The benefits of using a professional realtor. This is a page you can use to help you fight that battle to keep your commission. Market analysis, the importance of pricing. This is one of the ones that I like because it approaches this from a more positive point of view. This one I think is just cute as a button. Look at this. It says, seller's desired price, way up here. I guess so. And then this is what the buyer wants to pay. Well, somewhere in the middle there is the market price. They need to remember that. Every seller wants to get more money than their house is really worth, and every buyer wants to pay less than what the property is worth. And it's somewhere there in the middle where the price actually, where the market value actually falls. So isn't that a cute one? I like that. Okay, and here's one, the pitfalls of overpricing, where commission goes. Yeah. Sources of buyers, steps to a positive showing, what it takes to show. Those are your pages. They're not all bad, are they? Except for that pricing one. Okay. So that's what they look like. And, you know, I've got one all printed out up here. If you want to stop on your way out the door, just kind of flip through it. Some of them look really nice when you're printing them out. Like this is the importance of pricing one. Doesn't that look nice?
Very nice.
Yeah. And this one.
Look like you took a lot of time.
This one I really like. They look so good and they make you look so good. Okay, so that's
Looks
it.
like you took a lot of time.
Yes, it does. It makes you look so smart, doesn't it? That's the whole point. Okay, I'm going to close this window. And now the last thing I want to do is click on this little save button because this date and time stamps it so that we can save it for you, excuse me, for 180 days. Now, we saved it when we clicked on finish. It was at 2:12. If I click on the save button, now it says 2:22. So now it started my counter for 6 months of saving this thing for me. If I need more to keep it more than 6 months, all I have to do is go back to my list of CMAs, open it, change one word, change it back again, resave it, and I'm good for another 6 months.
So you can save it and then go back and upload photos and that if you didn't have a chance to do a drive-by.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead and get it done and go back and add that picture later. Just remember when you do that, click on that save button when you, after you've added the picture, so that that starts your counting time for 6 months. Okay, so we've created the CMA, pretty easy, right? I'm going to move you over now to page, let's talk about emailing the CMA. This is on page 38 in your user guide. And y'all, what happens is the system sends a link to the CMA. We don't send the report like a PDF file or anything like that to attach to the email. We send a link. So they'll open an email that'll say, here's your CMA. Click on this link and they'll be looking at it. Okay.
So it's not printable?
Yeah, once they open it from the link, they'll be able to print it. Now, here's another neat thing. For those of you who are already using client portals, you know that once you get your contacts set up on a client portal, everything you email to that client collects in their portal. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be a CMA. It could be some other kind of report that you put together. It could be a map. Anything that you email always winds up on their client portal. I love the thought of that for you all, for your clients. You know, if you email them this CMA and they look at it and get halfway through with it and life happens and they've got a sick baby or whatever, they have to close it, come back and find it later, and they may be scrolling through a long list in their inbox trying to locate your email, right? Because not everybody knows how to filter in their email programs. But, and I opened this for somebody for just a little bit ago. Here's a client portal that is running in Matrix, and look at that. Here's the CMA that I did for Madison Matrix, and it wound up right here in her client portal. So I love that part. Everything you send them is in one place for them. Okay. So that's how they access it. How do you get back to it later? Maybe you're done with this one. You got the listing. You don't need that CMA anymore. Maybe you want to delete it or go back and open it so that you can edit it. Here's how you get to your CMAs. You're going to hover over my matrix and look, there's my CMAs. So you just click on that. It'll bring up a list of all your CMAs. If you want to open one, you just click on the name. There it is. Edit the CMA. You can open it to view it. You can email it again, or you can delete it. There are your buttons right there. So that's easy enough, isn't it? Remember, if you've made something yourself, it's custom to you, you're always going to find it under My Matrix. That's the easy part, finding them. Okay. That's it. Any questions about the CMA? No. Okay, then we have about 45 minutes to take a look at statistics, at hot sheets, and then just talk about some general listing data input stuff for you before we're out the door here. So I'm going to bring you to the stats tab. You're going to love this. This is just so amazing. And remember that as you create these charts, you'll be able to print them out, save them as a PDF, include them in your CMA reports, just to make, isn't that great? To prove some points about what's the market, where this house is. It just can be so important to you. So here's what we're going to do. When you click on the stats tab, you come here. Over on the right-hand side, this looks familiar to you, doesn't it? It's just search criteria, kind of, sort of. And then over here, you'll notice a panel where you can choose some system presets. All right, and then you've got, you can start saving your own. They'll wind up down here when you do, and there's a customize button where you can choose your own data that you want to add to your chart. We're just going to start with these presets. And y'all, did I tell you that I'm on page 42? I probably didn't. This is on page 42. Okay. So what we want to do first, and y'all work, if you're working with me, we're gonna set up a chart for you for Forsyth County. And I'm just gonna use all the FMLS areas for Forsyth County. If you know that you just work in a couple of these FMLS areas, you choose just those area numbers, because I would like for you to have something you can really use when you're done this class today. But first thing we want to do is, I'm just going to change my property type so that I'm just looking at single-family homes, right? I don't need condos, I don't need land, I don't need rentals and all that. So residential attached, first of all, to customize my data for my chart. Then I'm going to come right here and I'm going to show you a shortcut. You may not know about this. I mean, I know that you all know your area numbers and can just spit them out at me. But I live in East Cobb, so I know 80, 82, and 83. Forsyth County, I just have to really think about it for a while. So here's my shortcut for you. I'm going to come over here. See this little icon by the area? When I click on that, I come and click in the top box and type in Forsyth. And there are all the MLS numbers that make up Forsyth County. So this is great for you to remember if you get a client who lives in Gwinnett County. And I don't know, I know it's probably 61, 62, I don't know. I would come in here, type in Gwinnett, and then I'm sure that I'm looking for the right MLS area number. So at this point, I'm just going to select them all and add them to the box over here on the right and say, okay. So I have customized the data for the chart that I'm about to create just for Forsyth County. Good? All right. Now I'm going to come over here and choose which chart. So why don't we look at sale price to list price ratio? God bless you. For those 4 FMLS area numbers. So I'm just going to click on this preset right here that says sale price to list price. I select it, click on this generate button, and there it is. Pretty cool. You want to try another one? Let's look at historic sales by year. And I'm going to generate that. You can see what the market's done in the last, this is from 2009 to 2014. And then let's look at original price versus sold price. And again, I'm just clicking on that generate button. It's working. There it is. Nice, huh? Okay, so you get the idea. Y'all just get this. I'm going to choose next. Historic sales by price range. And regenerate. So the blue is 2014, the green is 2013, and we're just beginning to kick in on 2015. Easy to do, right? Okay. Now, while I'm here, let me just point out to you that when you get a chart created, you can come over here and print it out. You can email it using this button. You can choose to look at this as hard data if you prefer. If you choose to look at the hard data, you can export this as a CSV file so that you can move it out to Excel if you want to. There's your little link to do that. You can go back to the chart. You can even use this tab and go back to the search criteria, change your criteria a little bit. Maybe you don't want to look at all 4 FMLS areas, just maybe 2 of the 4. Go back and change your criteria, rerun your chart. This is so easy to do.
I don't see anywhere on the report, maybe I just can see, Forsyth County or something.
Yeah, I chose that. Let me run this up for you a little bit here.
So you chose Forsyth, but I was looking for where it says Forsyth.
That was a little bit too big of a jump, wasn't it? Okay. Right now, it just says historic sale by price range. So this is the name of your chart. If I wanted to save this as a custom one for myself, I would come here to this Save tab and just add to this historic sale and by price range, and I would put in for Forsyth County. And then save a copy. Got it?
What if you were just emailing it? Then it wouldn't be on there until you saved it?
That's true. If you just wanted to quickly put one together so you could email it to maybe an investor or something, you don't have to save it. But something like this, or the one that you saw before with original list price to sale price ratios, you might want to keep that one saved so that you can run it every time you do a CMA report. So you can just slide it into that CMA report. Then you would want to save it. Okay. Let me show you one other thing that's so neat here. We're going to do a custom one now. So we're going to use the same criteria. That is single family homes in Forsyth County. Those 4 FMLS numbers. I'm going to come to customize. And I'm going to choose a time frame. This gets pretty customizable here. I'm just going to say I want to look at information for the past 12 months. And I want to see the number of new listings. So, number of new listings, I check that. I'm going to start with column here, and I'm not going to add the secondary statistic yet. I just want to see the number of new listings in the last 12 months in Forsyth County. So I've got all that information in here. I'm going to group it by sale price here. No, I want to group it by list price, right? So I'm going to generate that chart now. And this can speak to a client too. Here's your price range, and you can see that the greatest number of listings is right where your property falls in. So good information. Yeah. Look at all the other stuff you can do. Down here, I've got style options. If I want to see this as, well, let me change this first. Number of new listings, instead of a column, maybe I want to see the information as a bar chart instead of these columns. Yeah. And maybe I want to see it as a pie chart instead. I'm just choosing and clicking generate.
Oh, yeah.
And how to use it? Yeah. Donut, I know. I never knew there was my son is a CPA. And when I was looking at this software, I said, Hartley, what is a donut chart? He rolls his eyes at me. Oh, Mom. Yeah. Why would I know what a donut chart is? And then I laughed when I saw it. He rolled his eyes at me, right? Okay.
And then you gotta customize it and put Forsyth in the middle.
So this is our little world. I'm going to go back to the bar to show you some other stuff. Maybe I don't like let me get generated as a bar. Maybe I don't like the colors here. I'm just going to choose fire. Change colors. I don't like that fill style. Instead of that, I want to see cylinder. Are you beginning to look really good to your client? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to change that. Oh, and I can display values. The only thing I don't like about these charts is I'm looking over here going, okay, this one in the $250,000 to $300,000 price range, that's probably at about $830,000 maybe. Who knows? I'm just going to check this little box that says display the values. It was $855. I was off. So this is also easy to do, isn't it? So can change it to a 3D chart if you want to down here. Advanced. What? Well, this one, let me go back to a column. Column looks pretty doggone good. So let me look at the columns. And then we'll do the 3D thing. So I'm just checking boxes and regenerating the chart. Isn't that nice? That makes you look really, really smart. Yeah. Now I'm going to go back now and add another data. So I'm going to say advanced options, and I've got a secondary statistic. We're looking at the number of listings right now, right? I'm going to add the number of sales to this chart and just regenerate it now. And now you're looking at the number of listings and the number of sale prices. It's working. There it is. Now, sometimes the values just get to be a little bit too much, don't they? So let me take those off. Good stuff? Yeah. And y'all, you just choose your data. And another great thing about choosing your data, you can choose to do a chart for just one subdivision. Maybe it's Country Club of the South or Windermere, y'all name me some other great big
Polo.
ones around. Polo, yes. St. Marlowe, maybe just for a subdivision, or like we did just now, all of Forsyth County, or maybe you just want to do a zip code, or maybe you just want to do a high school district or an elementary school district to get an idea of what the prices are in those areas. Get the idea? Really customizable, play around with it. You've got kind of numbered instructions in your book on how to do it. We're going to move on, okay? All right, the next thing we're going to look at is, we talked about saving your chart. That was on 47. Let's take a look at hot sheets real quick. Look at these for just a moment as we were talking about the widgets.
These charts, can they be inserted into the CMA then?
What I would do would be to print it out and scan it in and save it as a PDF file, and then you can upload that PDF file into your CMA. I know, wouldn't it be nice if there was a button that just said, put this in my CMA?
Well, we got a lot of room on that price page.
That's an excellent idea.
Yeah.
We deserve that one.
Put a chart.
Yes, put a chart. You're exactly right. Add one more. Okay, so hot sheets, y'all, this is on page 48, your hot sheets. I thought what we would do so you guys can get to feeling a little bit more comfortable with this is just to create one for coming. So let me get rid of my coming one, and we'll start from there, and you'll be able to see what we're talking about. So that one's gone, I'm done. Now, hot sheets, remember what I told you, this is going to show you everything in our database that is new or has changed in price or status in a given time frame. And our time frames are new only, this session, the last 24 hours, today, which is everything since midnight, 3 days back, 7 days back, or a custom time frame up to 30 days back. Now, new only. I'm going to read you all this, okay, so that I get it right. How many of you, when you used hot sheets, either in First Connection or Fusion, used that date and time stamped one that said, the last time I ran my hot sheet was last Tuesday, and I want to run it again today. And Fusion and First Connection just remembered that, right? Did anybody use those? Okay, you could have done that, and also created some custom ones. But this new only in this session gives you that date and time stamp capability here in Matrix. So if you want to jot this down, it is not in your user guide, so you'll begin to know how to use these two time frames. New only, if you choose that, your list is going to give you everything that's new or changed since you ran the hot sheet in this same session. I'm going to give you an example. I logged in to Fusion in this room at about 11:30. If I ran my hot sheet at 11:30 and now it's 2:30 and I want to run it again and just see what's happened between 11:30 and 2:30, I would choose new only because I have not logged out of Matrix. Everybody got that one? Okay. Now the other one, this session, and I just think they named these so badly. They don't ever ask me. This session is going to show you everything new or changed since you ran the hot sheet in a previous session. So maybe I'm one of those people who runs the hot sheet for my East Cobb area once a week. So last Tuesday I ran it, and it date and time stamped it for last Tuesday. If I come in now and choose this session, it's going to give me everything between last Tuesday and today when I run it. Does that make sense? So that's what those two different time frames are. The others are pretty self-explanatory.
So if I logged in the morning and ran one and then logged out, did stuff, came back and logged back in and used this session, it's just going to be from the morning?
That's correct. Okay. That's exactly right. So yay. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let's just leave this at 24 hours for now. And we're going to click on Customize. And we're going to customize, we're going to make a brand new one for you so you don't have to. Y'all, when you change the criteria for any one of these property types, if you were to click on residential and say, I want to edit the criteria, you have changed the default hot sheet for that property type. So be careful there. It's fine if you do it. Just remember that you've done it, okay? Because by default, when you click on residential, it's every FMLS area there is. And if you go in and change this to just Forsyth and don't remember that you changed it to just Forsyth, the next time you run it, you think, gosh, there's only 100 in here. Surely there's, get the idea there? That's why I like creating your own if you're going to customize it a whole lot. So we're going to come over here and click on the add button. And we want to add one that is for residential properties. And let's give it a name. Y'all want to call it Forsyth County or Cumming?
Yeah.
Forsyth County? Forsyth County. And I'm going to click on save. And now you see how it's added it to my list?
Yes.
And it's highlighted. So now I can say I want to edit the criteria and come over here and say, if I don't select anything here, I'm going to be looking at all statuses. Price decrease, price increase, expired, withdrawn, back on market, all that. I am going to just be looking for single family homes. That's my choice. If you want to do both, that's fine. Just choose both of them. And then I'm going to come over here and type in my Forsyth FMLS areas. But you see here, you can type in city or subdivision or zip code. And don't forget that you can add a field up here for high school or elementary school, whatever you need. Okay. So, but for now, is it 221?
Yeah, or you can just put Forsyth in there, can't you? For the county.
For county.
And pull all of them.
Yep. Okay, so I've got my area numbers in there, and I'm going to click on save. So now I've customized that one, and I can click on done, and I'm back to the home page for Matrix. Here's what I want you to do if you're working along with me. I'm going to click on residential and run that residential hot sheet for the last 24 hours. I've got 1,476 properties in the list. Price decreases, price increases, you know, I keep calling out those statuses, but that's everything that's on this list. Now, I've got to get the same thing, but just for Forsyth County. So instead of that great big list, I'm looking at 93. Okay, see the difference there? Wow. Great information for you. Okay, any questions about that?
So those are changes since when?
In the last 24 hours. Yeah, and if I wanted to look at something different, I can always just come right here and say, well, you know, let's just look at the last 3 days. You know what? You said today, and when I tried that this morning, it was broken. But I'm brave. I'll see what we get.
It's fixed now.
That's probably fixed. There we go. So this is everything since midnight. There are only 61 changes.
Can you do that again, please?
Do what again? I mean, the whole thing, or just
The
Forsyth County hot sheet.
how to create the Forsyth County one? Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to.
Do you have to put in the area? You have to do that?
No, you could have put in Forsyth County.
I gotta be.
Okay, so let me do this first. I'm just going to get rid of this mine that right now that says Forsyth County. We're going to start from scratch again, okay? Okay, so I want to create my own hot sheet for Forsyth County. So I'm going to start by clicking on Customize. The next thing I'm going to do in this little box is click on the button that says Add so that I'm not changing my system default. I want to change a residential hot sheet, customize it for Forsyth County. So I'm going to call this Forsyth County and save it. Now, so far, I've only created this new hot sheet that's called Forsyth County. I've not customized it to Forsyth County at all yet. So what I need to do now is make sure that that one that's called Forsyth County is highlighted. And then I'm going to come over here and click on Edit Criteria. And then I'm going to click on, are you doing okay back there? No. Well, tell me, is there something I'm not saying well? Do I need to say it a different way?
No, ma'am, it's just that I think a few of us, and I speak for a couple of us, that are a little lost.
Well, I think that it's running just a little bit slow.
Oh, okay, that would make a huge difference, and I'm sorry for that, yeah.
Yeah, it's the
wireless, yeah.
So
Are there tutorials on FMLS that we can go back and watch?
Maybe not video tutorials, but we do have some quick sheets.
Okay.
And everything that we're doing today is kind of numbered in your user guide, step by step. Here's what you do now, and here's what you do next, and so forth. Okay, if y'all kind of caught up, tell me where you are so we can continue.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
And it may just be my computer because I'm on a Mac, but you know when you go to change type? So let's say I clicked on price increase or decrease.
Uh-huh.
I click on it, but then everything else at that point looks like it's highlighted too. I don't know if it's just.
Can you see mine now? Mine kind of looks that way too. It went from being all white.
So let's say I accidentally clicked on something, but I really don't want it. Now do I go?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm going to tell a story of myself. It took me 10 minutes to figure this out.
Crazy.
I know, and I felt really. 10 minutes, and I was not saying nice words. I had checked something by accident. I wanted to get it off that list, and I could just hold down my control key on my computer. You don't have a control key. I think it's your command key, and click it a second time, and that deselects it for you. Does that help?
Yes.
Yeah, it took me 10 minutes to figure that out. That's big, isn't it?
We have your cell phone number.
Okay, did you catch up? Do I need, or, okay, good. So where are you? We've gotten yours. Are you on the same screen as me now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm on there. You have to hit edit.
Yeah, you've got to edit page and then edit that here.
And then how do you get to the force, just type it?
I would put, if you're just gonna do the counties, you can type it in those here.
That's fine. That's fine.
So now you're just gonna choose which types of changes you want. I would do everything. And then you see increases, decreases, back on market expires. But you can customize that to your whim. Always like, and you wanna do, well, everything, you just leave everything unchecked. Okay. Yeah, unless you wanna look at condos too. Okay, so. I would, if you leave them unchecked, it assumes you want everything. So you've got this check, I would come in here, type in your site. And there are your county numbers, so that's good. And now all you have to do is save. And you just customize now a hot sheet for Forsyth County. Click on done. And now run that hot sheet for Forsyth County. See down there in the list now? Oh, you got two. So now you're.
Yeah.
That one made me think that one is not.
I don't know if that was just a wireless.
I think so, because hers is working fast.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like you do the area and as you type in more size and the numbers come up, it just
I think it's our system. It's on the matrix.
I see. So it's not conducive.
Not when everybody's trying to use, I guess. Since my computer's in the car anyway.
Okay. And you're good. You're right. So click on that. Then you got your numbers. They're not. Okay, folks. That's it for your hot sheets. Don't forget that your Market Watch will give you the same information, just presenting it to you a little differently, and you can also customize it too. Okay? You won't be able to give it a name or anything, but you can customize it. Okay, now that is it for, I've lost control.
I know, you need to speak up.
Shh. Yeah, I'll go to stop. Okay, everybody back with me? That's kind of it, except for one last section that begins on page 51. It's just all about your personal information in Matrix. So just hover over my Matrix with me and click on My Information. We kind of went here the first thing this morning, and we changed our information for our CMA cover sheet, right? So, but there are just other things you can do here, like set up your header or footer for your client portal. We've got several templates for you here. So remember, this is a review from Matrix 101. You didn't get to go to Matrix 101. No, I don't have time. And what time you have left today? It's in your book. It's really easy to do. You're just choosing what goes at the top and bottom of your client portal, so you see which one I chose up here. So that's that. The next tab at the top is for a mobile header. Yeah, I like this because so many of your clients today are reading your emails on their smartphones, aren't they? So CoreLogic just created this tiny little header that will be the top of property information if your client opens that property information on their iPhone or their Droid phone. Isn't that great? So you're just going to be choosing. There are 4 places where information can go. Your name's one of them, and then you have room for some phone numbers. So these 4 boxes, you're just going to use the pick list and choose whichever piece of information you want to go in that header. You see what I chose. I chose an office phone, a cell phone, and a fax phone. You might want to choose something else. Maybe you want to choose your email address or something. But your choices are there. Pretty easy. Cover sheet, we've already done. Portal information. This is just another place where you can brand yourself in the portal. That goes over here on this side. So you've got branding at the top of your portal, branding on the left-hand side. That's how that's covered. And then the final one, which is important to everybody, and remember, this is under My Matrix, My Information, Email Signature tab is where you're going to go to get your email signature set up. So that if you are using a client portal or just emailing property information on, or just, here and there kind of basis, it's nice to have it out there so you don't have to type it every time, right? Yeah. So get that done. If you're working with me, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3, go. And you can just type anything you want to in there. And then when you're done, check your spelling, and there's a save button. You'll be good to go.
Spell your name.
Now, the last thing, because we do have about 15 more minutes here, and Deb wanted me to show you all, we've got about 20 minutes, just talk to you about listing data and give you some, maybe I'll call them best practices kind of stuff. So right now, I'm going to leave Matrix and go into Fusion, because Fusion is our primary system right now, and that's where all the data input happens. So let me get into Fusion. And this is when I just start a lot of time out from FMLS.com.
Is there a cheat sheet for things like the asterisk, added,
Yes.
added other things? Where is that?
While I'm here, I'll show you. That's a great question. Did everybody hear the question at the front of the room? Are there some cheat sheets for you out here? Yes, absolutely. 2 places. I'm trying to get them to combine into one. I think we had a guy who lived in England who's moving back to England, and he was handling all this, and there was not a lot of communication when he left. So first place, hover over system links, and if you'll click on Matrix, on I think where these 2 are. Hover over training, click on knowledge base. This is where you're going to find the most Matrix stuff. Everything that you see on the screen right now, we call them quick sheets. These little quick sheets, if you click on them, will open in a PDF kind of format, and it focuses in on one feature in Matrix. So, for instance, if you want to know how to create or edit a CMA, you would click on this, and it just focuses on that. You're not going to have a 60-page guide to look through. And also out here are all the training manuals, the course guides that we have for you. One other place I want to show you, if you hover over Tools for Success and then click on Matrix. These are in the wrong place. I just want you to know where they are, because there's a couple out here that are really important. At the bottom of this page, training materials, quick start guide. Y'all, this came to us from CoreLogic. I can't remember what database they used for this one. It may have been Seattle or Austin, but it's a really good guide, and I found it so helpful that I put the PDF on the desktop of my computer, and I still refer to it from time to time. So it's not going to look like FMLS. It may be a different color. It's going to have different field names and stuff like that. But CoreLogic you can attest to this, kind of runs the same no matter where you are. And I'm sorry, your name is? Linda. Used Matrix in Milwaukee, Minneapolis. It works pretty much the same.
It's fabulous. The matrix that we have here is sort of an infant or an adolescent, so the matrix that I used was the more mature matrix.
Mhm.
And it already had all the things added that you're talking about.
Yeah, and we flipped that
It already
switch.
had it. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was smooth as Christmas ribbon.
I love that. But everything kind of works the same though, doesn't it, as far as filling in criteria for your searches and all? So this guide can be really helpful. It was to me. And then here is, there's one on the button bar. If you can't remember how to use that, here you go for wildcard cheat sheet. That's the one I wanted to tell you guys about. So when you open that, it'll give you some great examples on how to use the wildcard. So print that one out. You'll love it. And here's the other one. I mentioned this to you earlier. Welcome to the client portal. This is that little 12-page guide that you can email your clients on how to use the portal. Let me just come down a little bit. And now you can begin to see why it's 12 pages. We put some pretty big graphics out there for them so that they won't miss what we're talking about.
Where was that?
It is under Tools for Success. You click on Matrix and then it's way down at the bottom. So it's going to tell them exactly how to do different, where to find your auto emails, and these all need to be in the same place. The welcome tab. Oh, see, and we explain things to them. It's a great little tool for them. Once they read through this one time, they'll have it down and not have to call you 400 times. Okay. So, now, Fusion. You're my girl. I'm going to call on you in a minute to come up here and log in as you so I can make a point. If that's okay. You. Because you have several listings, right? Okay, good. That's all I need. I'm going to show you my made-up listing. So to get to all this listing information in Fusion, you're going to hover over Add Edit, and then you'll click on Edit Listings. And you'll get a list of all your listings. Each one of them will have its own separate edit button. When you click on that, it's going to bring up this screen, and you can do a lot of stuff right here on this screen with your listing. How many of you know about this page and come to it? Good, yay. That means you're excellent agents. Maybe you have noticed a typo in your listing. Y'all have a listing secretary, am I right? Yeah. So if you don't want to bother her just to spell a word correctly, right? So you can just come right out here and click on Edit Listings.
We can't do that.
Oh, I think you can. Once it gets into the system.
No, it changes it. It changes it. You can't do it with Sweet.
Well, then that was your broker's choice, and I'm so.
Yeah, I can't.
You do what your broker says, right? Okay, so I will talk to you about that. Most people okay, the next one, images. Let's listen up, folks. Now I'm going to start talking about some of my own pet peeves and what's going to be important to prospective buyers who are looking at your listings. Let's take a look at what I don't have 25 photos uploaded. So do what I say, not what I do. Okay. Here's the deal. How many photos can you upload with your listing?
25.
How many are you going to upload with your listing? 25. It matters, folks. Photos are critical to marketing your listings. Statistics, they've done studies on this. Statistics shows that when you move from 16 photos to 20, you get twice as many hits on your listing. When you move from 20 to 25, you get 3 times as many clicks on your listing. The number of pictures is important. The number is important. The quality is important in 2 ways. Number 1, this is not a digital camera.
Yeah. That's true.
Very few people do that.
Did everybody hear me? This is not a digital camera for a real estate professional. Yes, if I were going to take a picture of this lovely lady, I would get a great photo of her because I'm standing real, and I have great photos of my grandchildren on here, but I'm taking them within 3 or 4 feet. And the flash then bounces off of their faces, and I get a great image on my camera. Y'all, digital photography is all about light. Now, this is a pretty big room. If I am going to take a picture and hope to get a good crisp image so that people can tell what the room is like, and I try to do it with this camera. Do you think the flash on this phone is going to hit that wall back there? That's why people get those dark, grainy photos. You've seen them, haven't you? Guarantee you, every one of those photos has been made with a cell phone camera. I don't care if Apple, it's a 12 megapixel camera, yeah, but it's all about the flash. If you don't have that light hitting that wall to bounce back into this camera, you're never going to get a clear picture. This is not. You can get a good real estate photo with a 3 megapixel camera. You know, Canon, maybe you got one that's 15 years old. That will make a better real estate photo than your cell phone will. Everybody got that?
Yes.
So quality matters. You need light, you need a good flash, and and you don't have to buy DSLR that costs a couple $1,000s. If you want to, just go and buy, Google it. They make mobile attachments for flashes, and use that on an old camera that you have. That's fine. Another thing that you can invest in rather than buying a brand new camera, Google it. They make wide-angle lenses that are magnetic that just click to and stick to your old camera, and then you can get nice wide-angle shots of large rooms for your listings for a little bit of money. Google it. They're out there. $50 maybe? Yeah. Now, so the quality of your photos in terms of their crispness is important. Here's the other way photos are important. Take the real estate shot, folks. You know what I'm talking about. Don't walk to that powder room on the first floor and take a picture of the powder room with a toilet lit up. No, that is not a real estate picture, is it? Don't walk into that master bedroom and take a picture of the master bed. You've seen them. People's choices in furniture styles vary greatly. And if you're taking a four-poster rice bed, you may be some 20-year-old maybe looking at that property and going, what is that bed? You know, and then I'm going, it's a rice bed. Right tastes different. You want to get the real estate shot. So put yourself in the corner of that room with your wide-angle lens and show how big the master bedroom is. That's the money shot. That's the real estate shot, right? Go to the master bathroom. Make sure you do not get your reflection in the mirror. You've seen them, right? Okay. So now you know what's important when you take your real estate photos. Let's look at something else that's important in the database. I've started this, I didn't finish, and I didn't finish on purpose, so I'd have something to show you here. Exterior front. That is what is, every picture is labeled by default on the screen. One of my pet peeves, I can't tell you, probably 80% of the agents.
Yes.
Every picture is the exterior front, really?
Yes.
Look in the kitchen. You know, it does, this is not rocket science. You just use the pick list and you find kitchen and you click on it. It's easy. I know, it's in the pick list.
So lazy, it's so lazy.
Yeah, that's what it says to me. I know. Listen, it is better than it was. Before it was for commercial. Underneath that, folks, there's a box where you can describe your photo. 255 characters. I know most of you are thinking, nobody reads those. Yeah, they do. Maybe not other agents, prospective buyers do. So you want to you sell the room, you sell the house, right? You sell enough of the rooms, you've really sold the house. So talk to them when you come to the kitchen, talk to them about the marble countertops, talk to them about this bamboo flooring, talk to them about these custom windows. Sell the room, you sell the house. That's why the box is here, folks.
But you can't put in room sizes, correct?
No, I don't think so. Now, I'm laying some of mine, so you get the idea. This is a patio, this is a backyard. Name your, change that, folks, and describe your photos. The next thing is, these pictures need to be in an order that makes sense to the person viewing them online. If they're all just you start at the front door and then you go to the backyard, they're going, whoa, wow, that was fast, wasn't it? There was not even a hall, and you need to put your pictures in the order that they would walk through the house. So you can kind of see I've got the front of the house.
Now, I've kind of heard
exterior,
different.
front.
Can I interject? I heard that the first 5 should kind of be the best. So, I mean, is
Yeah,
that
'cause they're pushed out to other websites for us.
true or no?
It depends on what you're counting on for your marketing. When they're pushed out to other websites, think about how much traffic your listing is going to get on that website.
A bunch.
Okay, then
To the real estate book,
if you,
everything. It's the first.
then you
one.
might want to choose the first photo. And I know when we do the property panorama video, we take first 3 and make a YouTube video and push that out for you. So, yeah.
So first 5 in the flow.
Yes. Not a bad idea. But always, the first photo is the exterior front of the home, right? Because if you I looked at one today this morning I was trying to find a different subdivision to use for us today. And I found the perfect home. First photo was the patio. And it said, when people see that, y'all, what do they think? If they don't see that the front of the house, it must be a dog. What's wrong with the front of the house? Yeah, so make it, and it does it. Y'all know how to move. Do y'all know how to move the pictures around? Drag them and drop them. It's easy. So get them in the right order. That's another thing that's. Now, I talked about pictures. I've given you my pet peeves. It's just bad pictures, dark pictures, your pictures. It's so important. Because y'all have to think beyond the fact that just other real estate agents are looking at your photos. Prospective buyers are looking at your photos at midnight in their jammies. And how are they choosing the properties they want to see and don't want to see? Your pictures. They got to be good, folks. And the more the better. Y'all have seen it on Realtor.com. They've got a button you can check that says, only show me homes that have virtual tours. Okay? Because that gives them more to look at. Y'all know that we have software for you where you can create your virtual tour yourself for free. Unlimited number of photos. The more pictures, the better. Okay. The next button over here, open houses. You can add your open house to GeorgiaOpenHouses.com. Does everybody know about that? It's just a database of open house information that FMLS maintains. We advertise it. So I have always had agents tell me that they usually get at least 2 or 3 additional people come through their open house because it was listed in Georgia Open Houses. Map location. Have y'all ever been here? You know how to move your map pins? No, let me show you.
Does that update too? Because I found that it doesn't update to everything.
Well, we can't go past our own software with moving these pins.
No, I meant open house.
Oh. What we do with open houses, we advertise different publications. They rotate. A quarter here, a quarter here, a quarter here. And I don't even have the list of how that rotates.
But it gets directly on their website because.
Oh, yeah.
You plan on
There's
doing it
certain
in a week.
websites, unless I put in Georgia MLS, it didn't go to some of them. So I had to put them in both.
What did you say about Georgia MLS?
Right, Georgia MLS goes out to more places than FMLS. You have some restricted sites that you don't go to or something?
For Georgia Open Houses? The Georgia Open Houses is a different database from the FMLS listing database. So it's a whole different story there. Okay. Map location, here we are. I've looked at my property on the map in the database and I know that the pins are wrong. So I'm going to come here to move the pins. At this point, I can't tell whether they're right or wrong. So the first thing I'm going to do is come up here to this button that says edit the map location. I still can't tell, can I? So I'm going to change to this hybrid view. And then I'm going to zoom in really, really, really close. And I'll be able to see my house and where the pin should be. Are you noticing that there are 2 pins? One is for the property itself, and this one with the car on it is for driving directions. So what it says to me down here now is click the map to set the location of the rooftop center of the property. In other words, this pin. This is the only place in Fusion, or one of the few, where you don't drag and drop stuff. Okay, I sat in front of the screen trying to drag and drop this pin for about 3 minutes one day. It's not working, it's broken. Oh no, I just didn't read the screen. It just says click the map to set the pin. So, can y'all see that this is a crosshair right here? It's in the middle of the road right now. If I just want to put that on the roof of the house, click, and it moves that pin. So now the pin is exactly right. Now for driving directions, I'm going to come down here and check this box. Everybody see where I am? And then the tip of this pin with the car on it needs to be at the end of the driveway, actually touching the street that's in the name of the address. So right about here is where I want to put it. And now my pins are correct, and I can click on save. And I've just moved my pins. Now, so that's easy enough. Reverse prospector activity and reverse prospecting is where I'm going to get you to come up and log in for me. She's emailing right now or texting. So I'm going to sign out as me. I'm going to let her sign in so we'll get some really good numbers here. Let you get logged in. I'm going to show you reverse prospecting, and I will show you prospector activity. That's where you'll see how many hits your listing has gotten through FMLS channels.
Just touch or not touch? Not touch, right?
Right.
Sorry. Hold that cool air, girls can do it.
Oh, try that password again. I think your thumb, yes, it's a good touch.
Yeah.
Is the first one capitalized? I can't remember.
It doesn't matter, actually.
Okay. Sorry, mine's touch bad. There we go.
It's whatever, we get used to something, we can't do it.
I know, that's me too. Okay, then I'm
Sign in to FMLS.
So my guy went in.
Okay, let me do it. We got it. Yay. Okay, thank you. So I'm in as a real agent now who has some great listings. So I'm going to come here to add edit. Click on edit listings. And I'm going to show you two more things and we'll be out the door. Why don't we, start passing that along.
3:15.
Yeah, well, it's already 3:15, so yeah. I'm going to click on edit. Let's see. Well, you do have some nice listings. I'm going to click on this one at $4.99 on 1490 Hughes Drive. Now, what I want to do is look at prospector activity. This is going to tell you, as the listing agent, how many hits your listing has gotten through some FMLS channels. First one, the number of times that this property has been sent out to a contact website. 238 times. The last time it went out was on January the 2nd. It's been sent out in 644 emails. The last time that happened was today at 11 o'clock this morning.
Is that by other agents that send that out? So even on automatic searches?
Does this count auto searches or is it just something?
That's what this first one is.
Okay, the first one
The
is.
238, that went out to contact websites where other agents have that automated emailing going on for their clients. This one is the number of plain old emails where your property has been sent out in the emails.
So they had to actually make a contact effort. It wasn't just on a search. Okay.
That's correct. This one, of the 644 emails, 222 of those emails were opened. All right. Now,
Is this from
number of,
the date that was actually listed?
this is a cumulative number. Views on integrated websites. This is the important one. Everybody's not listening. You're missing some good information. 24. These are 24 times that your property has been clicked through to details. Wow. The last time was on December the 24th. cumulative totals.
So describe what you're saying is an integrated
Yeah.
website. That's just something.
Anybody, any website that gets our IDX feed, so it could be Century 21's website or Harry Norman's website or anybody that takes our IDX
What
feed.
about Zillow?
It could have been Zillow, it could have been,
And that means they took it to the next step, which is details, so they didn't
just didn't roll by it, that's correct. Now let's look at reverse prospecting. We've talked about it, I want to show you the list. Look at this. Who is Win and Lisa? These people are all over the place. Yeah, well, they've got 1,000,002 fake websites set up, fake searches set up. Let me go back. I'm gonna choose another one here real quick.
Wait a minute, that was all their little websites?
Well, that one only has 3. Let me look for another couple of ones here. Let me look at this one. Reverse prospecting. Okay, here we go. Wow, look at this list. Now, I am a listing agent at this point, right? So I've come to my listing and I've said to FMLS, show me a list of buyers, agents who have saved a search, and that search matches the criteria from my listing. This is a long list. Arthur Prescott has, see, that's probably some he's got set up for himself. I wouldn't make that phone call.
Shows up, so if he has multiple clients that he's.
Looking for the same thing, but what are the odds there? Looking for exactly the same thing. Or maybe so then. But at this point, what am I going to do as the listing agent?
You're going to email them all.
I'm going to call them or email them. So really quickly, all I have to do is click on their name. There is their phone number. There's their cell phone number. If I want to send them an email, I can just click right there. And this is.
Can you email all of them?
No, that's a good question. No. We don't let anybody do mass mailings from our software because it tends to irritate people. But look what you can do here. See this little icon? If I click on this, the text is already filled in there. It says, you've got a client, and that client's search number is 2131689. That search matches my listing. I'd love to invite you to come and view my listing, whatever you want to say here. And we even send a link in the email to your agent full report to that agent. And all you have to do is type in a subject line. The email address is already filled in. All you have to do is put in a subject, click send, and you're done. Or you can call them if you like. I think that's huge. That's why I would like to think everybody participates in reverse prospecting, but they don't. Now, last thing, a couple of things down here I don't want to miss. Y'all, there's a bunch of other stuff in here. Number one, add documents. I happen to think that adding documents to your listing is a great way to market your listing. Everybody, what I see most when I'm looking in our database, listing agents are going to put out their seller's property disclosure statement, maybe a neighborhood disclosure thing, and maybe a base paint exhibit. Think outside the box, folks. If you've got floor plans for that house, maybe your homeowner had a floor plan, that's a great thing to put out there. If somebody's got an aerial shot of their home or a plat map, this is one, when I saw it, I just went, oh gosh, I wish I had thought of this when I saw one, it was new construction, but I thought every listing could have this document. New construction, I went there and looked at the document. There was a document out there that was called Special Features in this home. Isn't that a great idea? Mm-hmm. Every house can have its own list of special features in this home. I love that. So y'all, isn't that a great way to market your listing? Mention those things that a buyer might miss flipping through the photos. Make that list and put it out there for them to see.
Do you make them public? Is that how you?
Yeah, when you go through to add a document here, it's pretty easy.
What was your question? Can you make it public?
Yeah, so that buyers can see it, not just agents. Yeah. So if I want to come here and add a document, I can come here and say I want to add maybe an aerial map. And right here is where I can say I want other agents to view it. And this box, check in and now. prospective buyers can see it. But only if, and this is important for you all to remember, only if, when you email this, if you're the buyer's agent, and you're emailing this property information out to your buyer, and you want them to be able to view these documents, you have to choose as your format, buyer full with docs. Otherwise, they're not going to have access to that link. Okay. All right. That's it. We're done. Is the sign-in sheet making its way around? Y'all, please, if you want your CE credit, don't leave without signing. And please, for me, do your evaluations, because the real estate commission, is everybody listening? The real estate commission requires us to keep these evals with the paperwork for our classes. So I would appreciate it if you just check some boxes there, and you can just leave them on the table, and I can run through them. I want to look at them.
Oh, it's B-E-Y. Okay, sorry, Paul. Tell me a So 1,279 emails was sent out from agents. So that means service, or just people say people ran across it, whether they were searching. What about the sales page? They would be right to their buyer email. Last time was today at 2:30. So that's a cumulative number. I don't know how it's listed is. Okay. Okay, so what? This one is the number of times listed is matched to search with auto notification. And that's the contact website. Yes. Okay. And it's 280. That's 1,279. 283 of those emails was read. Okay, that's good. And then this last one, 23 times. Okay. That goes through to the yes. From websites other than. Yeah, so that might be. I'll say that. Yeah, I'll say this. You got to put it and all that. Okay. I got the golden keys. I was like, I'm alert to right now. Well, I looked it up because my buyer asked me, he said, Heather, how many and I'm like, I need something that's tangible to show people, look, you know, people are, I mean, that's helpful, you know, I mean, to know that at least, you know, and it's now 283 on 1279, only that many residents right, and then it was sent. I mean, and enough agents are seeing it, that 12 was sent, that many times. To me, that's I'm doing my job. Yeah, yeah. Now, how's your house going? Which one? Your expensive house? We haven't been on the market yet. She's having gallbladder surgery, so it's going well. But I need to talk to her because I was like, we're not going to put the house on the market then you're going to have surgery. That's crazy. So I'm suggesting the 19th or even the end of the month. You don't have to get on your fluffies to let people look at the house. Exactly. I know. Oh dear. Look. Where's the Nine is breakfast. It's just this.
Stay in the office, but we're-
Mine, we're gonna be at 5 o'clock.